Here we go. Okay, there's the music. We're live, Greg. No more fumbling with your microphone, Greg. We're live.
Okay.
Don't make me go Bill O'Reilly, Greg.
Oh no.
Don't make me talk about your sideburns, Greg, or lack thereof.
Oh boy. That music's gonna play. I like that.
It is playing. We're live right now, Greg.
But we have a countdown. We're not actually on air.
We're on air right now. Yeah, and then at the end of the countdown, I'll take this down and we'll start the show. But this is basically, they sort of like play the music a little bit. People learn that we're live, even though we're already live on YouTube. And then at the end of the countdown, then I'll take down that thing. I'll stop the music. I'll play the intro, and then we'll begin our discussion.
Okay.
All right, so we're live. This is the music. It's very sort of soft, huh? Should I put it louder? Is it good? It's sort of relaxing.
I like it. Yeah, it's a little music.
Because we'll get a little bit more dramatic.
Yes. It'll be like the slow burn from I don't know, Tiny Dancer to Don't Stop Believing, but we're not gonna have like a bunch of macho.
Yeah, you're right.
Good God.
All right, we only started about a few minutes later.
Yeah.
And Greg, I'm really happy about this new holding your microphone on your own.
It's like I'm like the reporter.
Oh my gosh, our audience is gonna be happy too about the sound quality.
Oh, good. I just hope I don't have any sideburns. Anybody's going to be able to call out over here.
Oh no, sideburns! It's sideburns all the way down.
I'm going to get the Don Matt. I'm waiting for that Don Mattingly meme. Simpsons Don Mattingly meme, Jaleel. I know you're out there somewhere, buddy.
Yeah, where is Jaleel?
I didn't get a message.
Jaleel's probably in Paris with the Ayatollah's ghost. He knows what I'm talking about. He knows. I feel like we should have some other video playing. I could play the craziness Aki low down beats. It's just insurrection, but low key. It's sedition, but cool.
But we can't put this on a pedestal when people are still being subjected to the utter horror of wearing face diapers, because they're all equal, you know.
And even in their Ubers, that's what I heard. I heard it's the end of free civilization. People are being forced to wear face diapers in their Uber.
Now, I wonder what that particular person's writing about in their Russian state media soapbox.
That is not a way to win an argument.
Anyway.
Uh-oh. Is everything working okay? I'm concerned here.
You're
all right. Back. I think I'm okay now.
There we go.
There were some issues there. Oh my gosh, dude. My computer's freaking out.
Uh-oh. But not all crises and not all crises are created equal, folks.
No.
Not all national emergencies are created equal, I should say.
Okay, let's see. I pulled up our comments now.
Oh, great.
Okay, that's the end of that music there. What up, Bird Worldist? Hug. Tom S. Hey. All right, no, those were not my beats. I couldn't yet figure out how to get my beats up here, but I have a few loops that I am gonna play. This is an album. Let's see what this album. Experiments in Beat Reconstruction, Audio Alchemy. It's a good collection. I hadn't played it in a while, so I decided to play it. We'll play some shamanic beats. That's my hip hop name, not Q Shamanic, and no
you have
leather.
Not been photographed. You're not the alleged Antifa guy who's been photographed with Giuliani and Bertie Carrick and Stop the Steal.
But don't worry, it's low key. Everybody's just flying off on the Q key. Okay, let me stop that. I'm gonna play some other music real quick. Okay, buffering. Yep, buffering. All right, we're back. Sorry about that.
Okay.
All right.
You're there.
All right, and there's some interesting beats. Let me play some beats here. All right, too loud.
A little too loud. That's a good volume right there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I have too many windows open here on the app. I'm going to have to close some windows down here. Got to close the more streamlined. Okay.
Uh-oh, getting close there.
Getting close.
We're getting in crunch time here, Jeremy.
All right, let's play a few more beats real quick.
A little on the high side there.
A little too hot, sorry.
That's better.
All right, let's go live here.
Man.
If I can figure out what's going on.
Let's do it.
All right. Oh yeah, let's get rid of this. Look at this. This is pretty sloppy live streaming. This is a lesson in how not to live stream. There you go. All right, but we're talking, and here we are. And all right, this in the background there, we were playing some music and then also the video of the storming of the Capitol. And let me play the intro, our intro music real quick here. Ready?
We must speak the truth about terror. Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories, malicious lies that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves.
Huh? What happens? I tell you what happens. Blam!
I have a window that looks directly at the World Trade Center, and I saw...
No collusion!
Shit's getting way too complicated for me.
Well, we're here.
Welcome to the AnteDote Live. What is it? January 8th.
January 8th, 2021.
2021.
There's our title, The Eye of the Shitstorm, from the fraud of law and order to the reality of crime and chaos. And I don't think it takes too much guessing for people to figure out what we will be spending our time this evening on the stream discussing. No. I don't know if there's anything really noteworthy or like super. Anyway, people know what we're going to be talking about. So anyway,
yeah.
But I mean, we have had another day to kind of take things in because we wanted to do this last night, but then things kind of fell through. But I mean, I feel like with today, there have been a few developments that might, make us a little better, like closer to ready to, a little more ready for this. We would have been last night, or obviously the first night when I know like just getting a getting about 48 hours, kind of try to process this craziness. Although we have been hit with a couple of other things, like the quote concession speech last night, and then some of the reports are coming out today about like the nature of the potential. And I don't think it's exaggerated. I don't think it's necessarily exaggerated, the potential danger of what we could be facing here in this time period between now and January 21st. So.
True.
Or actually the 20th, officially January 20th, which would be what, about 12 o'clock noon on January 20th, I believe would be like this time window, somewhere in that time period.
It sounds about right. Yeah. I mean, I know like two days ago, on the day of the storming of the Capitol, I was like so angry. I reached like peak anger or something, or peak resentment and rage for, like, I would say the totality of all of the Trump years. And I don't know if other people are feeling it, but there's a sort of like, there's a real heightened feeling right now. And I think it's expressing itself in different ways with different people. And then there's also and this has been a little bit longer term in the last few weeks, like just a feeling of a bit of psychological exhaustion, maybe, or something like that. I don't know if that's unique to me, unique to us potentially, or or what that has to do with. But I feel sort of intellectually exhausted from the confrontation with the Trump years in many ways, and it's not over yet.
Well, it serves as a reminder, Jeremy, and you've talked to me about this before. I mean, we've had discussions about this off the record, like where I'll tell you things like, I'll say like, sometimes I feel like I have it too comfortably. There's people out there who I know, like I feel like in this time being that I work with, like my life is like, I still live a relatively comfortable life. I have a roof over my head. I have food on my table. I have a bed to sleep in every night. You were telling me that,
but still no sideburns, Greg.
Still no sideburns.
Sorry.
Well, let's come back maybe in a couple recordings from now. Let's see if I've grown them out or not. But you told me, like, honestly, sometimes we can't, like, us, when it seems like we're comfortable, like there's ways in which we're being affected by things that we sometimes don't even consciously realize. And so this might be I don't know if that's exactly what you were alluding to there, what you were getting at there, but I mean, there's, sometimes I look at like, oh, well, I've got a good life, but like, there's even areas with us, like you even talk about, like even bigger, like overall, even like a bigger picture kind of view of like the system we're in, the way the system affects us every day in ways that, those of us who feel like we're living comfortable lives don't even consciously realize. And I imagine stuff like that is probably coming to the surface, maybe subconsciously, not even consciously, for a lot of people in a moment like this.
Yeah, I think so. And it's both at the same time, in terms of the comfort of, obviously, the basic comforts of being relatively safe, roofs over our head, food, families okay. We're not in prison, we're not in Gaza, we're not in Yemen. Yeah. But there's this longer term deep thing going on here in the United States of America that includes the attack all the way from our minds down through our hearts to our guts, right? Heal our guts. Shout out John Brisson, right? I mean, and they talk about the gut as the second brain, right? So it's not, I had talked about this before, but I think this is really crucial, and that the assault on the gut bacteria too. And this is, this is far afield from where we need to go in today, this evening, to talk about. And so we'll get there, but this is some of this is the real deep context, is our biological situations, our deep national situation. And I've been even thinking about stuff like the, viruses. There's some interesting stuff on viruses, for example, and this is something that like came up as people began to look into the messenger RNA vaccines for COVID, right? Because one of them basically approaches trying to get the body to create, basically sort of, to encourage the body's cellular architecture and immune system to produce a method of dissolving the spike protein on SARS-CoV-2 virus. But meanwhile, it is very interesting. Our situation is that it turns out that one of the key proteins in human beings that leads to successful placental attachment, I think, to the uterine lining in human females. And what's interesting too is there's a difference between New World primates and Old World primates, and I believe the New World primates do not have this protein. And supposedly it's right at the cystitin or something like that. I can't remember how do you spell it, cystitin or something like that. But it's at the epicenter of successful placental creation in human beings. And it turns out that we actually incorporated it in relationship to an encounter with a retrovirus 40 million years ago. All right. And so this is the kind of, the scope of our situation here as we get sort of pulled into these days and these weeks, or even these pandemic years, or even these generations in the 20th century, for example, where the mass vaccination is introduced and basically then said to be, hunky dory, and most of the things that make us human beings in terms of long-term food and medicine traditions are tested over thousands of generations, let alone thousands of years, really. For example, this protein that was created in relationship to a retrovirus. So bringing it back to this question of our guts and the present moment and why we have sinking feelings in our guts, that is not just related to what happened on 1/6/21 or what is being telegraphed to happen between then and now, and then what you pointed out in terms of the inauguration and all of the stuff that's surrounding all of that. And then even if there is no mega catastrophic situation in that time period, then what we then face, even just as a so-called response to the storming of the Capitol a couple days ago, the sinking feeling in our gut, I think, must be related somewhat to the assault on our guts, the assault on our indigenous endogenous bacteria that is really, a piece of our inner culture, our biological inner dynamics. And so the Monsanto assault, and remember, I believe Monsanto has a background in even in way back to like slave economy stuff. I believe.
I believe it was. I want to say, and I'm not positive on this. I want to say Louisiana in the 1800s, in the 19th century.
Interesting. And
I'm not positive on that, but
and aren't they headquartered over there in Missouri? I think they are.
Let me find out.
I believe they are.
Monsanto is founded in St. Louis. Headquarters are in St. Louis. Yeah.
There you go.
So, Monsanto. But I believe the roots of the Monsanto family came out of, I want to say, Louisiana in the 19th century.
I'd like to research that. I never really looked deeply into that. All I know is that this is a generalized assault out of those kind of realms where
the Monsanto family, yes, Monsanto family played a significant role in founding the Jewish community in colonial Louisiana in the 18th century, 1700s.
Slave dynamics.
And they were engaged in the Atlantic slave trade. Isaac Monsanto was one of the wealthiest merchants in New Orleans after their family arrived in Louisiana in the 1760s, and they were engaged in the Atlantic slave trade.
Thank you for pulling that up. So there you go. There's the B'nai B'rith milieu. The Jewish power, slave trade dynamics at the heart of the United States. Now a war on our guts, slavery of the farmers. These are the deep dynamics that we're dealing with at this point in this country, because, there's issues all around the world but the American people have really been targeted in a much more invisible way than we've seen, the Yemeni people targeted, or Iraqi people targeted, or Palestinian people targeted. Yeah.
Syrians, all kinds of people, in other parts of the world that can relate. Syrians, Afghans, all, the places where, it's not has physically hasn't come to that here, but there's other ways of targeting people. And obviously we don't want to put like any type of, on par with any of those struggles. But I mean, there are other ways of like targeting people, as well as just as simply like the physical mechanisms used, the brutal physical mechanisms used that are committed mass atrocities in these countries. But there are other ways to target people as well.
And then if you connect those in terms of the actions of our government in relationship to the assaults that have taken place around the world, the ones that we've been involved in, and then you can connect that with where are our guts, where are our political guts. And, so I think we just want to begin to consider some of these deeper dynamics. And then finally, you were referencing about, how you've been warning, Greg, about how there are the dynamics here where the kind of things that we think about as being in the third world or banana republics could happen here in many ways. And I agreed with you. And I also, you remember, I sort of like expressed a sort of a pushback around the idea of, well, first of all, that this is the first time that we're contemplating this. And I told you that like back during the Bush years, there were some of us were contemplating in real time as Michael Chertoff began to make intimations of dirty bombs going off in American cities. Then in 2006, 2007, then the Minot scenario, we know that the dynamics were actually there for nuclear treason, nuclear conflagration, broken arrow situations. Was that just about the Middle East? I imagine that the big nukes were headed into the more Iranian Middle Eastern sphere, but it was the dynamics of that, something in relationship to dirty bombs going off in American cities. I guess we'll probably never know, but the contemplation was necessary at that point, and I don't think it was overblown. And then my other little pushback was, the idea of the third world in many ways, in terms of that's coming to our shores, and that rather than that this is our own, this is our thing that's been embedded here, and it will manifest itself in the unique way that, for example, Donald Trump has been sold to the American people, that he's the uniquely American approach to the color revolution, and it didn't just happen 2 days ago.
Oh boy. So I guess I think you're absolutely right, and I have been. It's interesting because on one hand I've been like thinking for like, this could happen ever since the election and all of the contested election stuff. I had a feeling that all of this constant talk of getting millions of people whipped up into this frenzy about the election being stolen from them, and all of just the constant barrage of nonsensical, just absolute crap. And that's one thing we can talk about, just like how much people have been weaponized to the things that people have been weaponized to believe, as far as like and I knew that all of this was not going to happen. I just had a gut feeling, like there just goes the term gut again. I had a gut feeling that all this was not going to happen without some things coming to fruition. But what's interesting is that like I did not consciously, or I did not see the obvious I did not see what was obviously going to happen. Or at least in terms of, I don't know if anybody saw it like to the levels that it actually did happen on Wednesday, but I mean, it should have been obvious that something was going to go down on Wednesday. And so I was like totally taken, as far as me even being the person who's been like looking for this to happen for something like this for 2 months now. I was like, it just caught me off guard, and I'm kind of surprised it did catch me off guard. But I mean, it did. Maybe it's because I let my guard down after the other DC events. I thought this wouldn't have been a big deal. But then, even then, when I saw that Trump was going to be speaking just before the certification began, it should have became obvious something was going to go down. But
it's interesting, yeah. Like it took me by surprise too, because I remember 2 days ago, I think my wife basically told me that Pence, it had been announced that Pence was not going to go through with the, pulling the rug on the electors and all of that. And at that point, I was like, okay, we're closer to the point, and this is how I measure it. We're closer to the point where we can really focus in on hardcore on Biden. There's sort of like it's not that we don't spend some time and haven't spent some time. We did a show even last fall about, or maybe it was the late summer, about that mentioned the connection between Joe Biden and Meshulam Reichless, who's sort of in that mega group. He's sort of the lesser known part of that mega group, and he's the even more core figure in many ways in terms of apparently facilitating Ariel Sharon's ranch. He's said to be he is his son is the sex slave master of Kirby Summers, I believe, is that
I would be Ira
situation.
Reichless.
Right. Right. Is that right that Meshulam Reichless basically facilitated Ariel Sharon's ranch?
I'd have to go back to the Executive Intelligence Report article that you're referencing, EIR, and I believe I'm going to look that up real quick. I can pull up the article here as we talk.
Okay, that's cool.
I believe so. And there was there were the ranch where these big time meetings took place in regarding settlement policy, and let me find that real quick. We could talk as I
and maybe you could find the show that we did and what it was called, where we went into that a little bit. And I guess I was just thinking that
I could do that.
We discussed some Biden stuff. We discussed some stuff about some of the advisors he was bringing in, including Blinken, and then more has subsequently taken place after that. What's her name? It has been brought in officially. Victoria Nuland, right? So I believe
Neuberger's in some capacity as well officially.
And Neuberger? Who?
Let me double check that. I'm gonna pull up I'm pulling up the episode we did on Meshulam Reichless right now.
Okay, all right, and we'll do that after.
I'm gonna pull up the article on Reichless here. That Reichless was also the Michael Milken mentor as well. So.
That's just crazy, right? So that's that's Keating 5 too, right? So that's the whole John McCain scenario. What's his name? I have Jeff Gates's book. Started to look back through that. Guilt by Association: How Deception and Self-Deceit Took America to War.
Yes, I'm pulling up Meshulam Reichless right now. This article in particular on Ariel Sharon and the West Bank land scam.
Yeah.
So
it's sort of like measuring time at some level in terms of when we can, because this Trump thing is so, this is part of the exhaustion I think that I expressed and I've been feeling, is that we've been on this thing the whole time, really. I mean, we've taken breaks at times, and we, I imagine to our own frustration, to other people's frustration, we haven't been totally consistent the entire Trump time. But pretty consistently, we've always stayed researching, and then consistently we present our analysis, and so that aspect has been exhausting. Especially with the amount of depth behind what actually made Trump. It is there's so much there, and in so doing, sort of allowed us to see a lot of other deeper history too.
I'm going to put our Meshulam Reichless episode and the this EIR Executive Intelligence Report link on the into our show note, into the live chat over here.
Oh, that's cool. Oh, you can do that. That's awesome.
Yes, I believe I can. So this is I'm going to post a couple of these LaRouche Pub articles on the Meshulam Reichless Ariel Sharon relationship, and then I will add the show that we did on Meshulam.
Will you read the titles of them right now too?
Oh, the articles?
Yeah, the articles and the name of the show too.
Yeah, Ariel Sharon and the West Bank land scam is the first article from. This was part of that EIR special report, Moscow's secret weapon.
I have it
Ariel
pulled up
Sharon
here.
and the Israeli mafia, re-released by EIR in May of 2002 as part of a special dossier. Ariel Sharon, profile of an unrepentant war criminal. Of course, this is. I guess this is before EIR went through its complete overhaul and becoming just an apologist for all the things that it warned so much against in the 80s.
Okay, I hear you again. Will we repeat that at the end? I'm not sure if I just missed that or whether.
I'm sorry. Basically, all of this was before EIR went into its complete transformation into being an apologist for all of the things that it's warned so vehemently about in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s.
Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah.
It's just
almost like a total flip. It's very, very, yeah. I mean, it comes down to everything with even like Assange too, like the sort of the unabashed sort of critical support, specifically not for Assange's human rights or his journalistic rights, but for the support, the unabashed, uncritical, total support of the operation that Assange is a part of and running. The obvious, there's a seeded information warfare part of that. I mean, maybe we should return to Assange at some point. Oh my gosh, there's so much, Greg. Now there is pieces about Reichless in Guilt by Association, How Deception and Self-Deceit Took America to War by Jeff Gates. I don't even know if we should get into this now. He mentions the Ariel Sharon Ranch too.
How about that? And I'm going to post one more of these articles about Ariel Sharon here. The other one that I'm going to pull up right now, there's the full. You know what? I'm going to post this full Ariel Sharon executive intelligence review dossier from May of 2002 that was published of just a collection of our decades, and it gets into, among other things, Meshulam Reichless's role in, among other things, convincing Ariel Sharon to get into Israeli politics, and then these meetings that took place on this Reichless-owned ranch in Israel that I believe even Henry Kissinger took part in, regarding meetings regarding planning out settlement policies, among other things. So this is all very key to this bigger global picture that we've been really focused so much on, and this directly ties Joe Biden to a major unheralded player in all of this.
Oh yeah, because that's what's so interesting is actually Reichless of anybody, maybe. This is in 2016, Epstein was the obvious figure that was like, of any of the candidates of both the major parties who were running for president, the two that were chosen were the closest historically to Jeffrey Epstein, and that was stunning. In this case, Biden's not, it's difficult to sort of see how he doesn't seem that close to Epstein, actually. Not like Clinton, where it was just like Epstein's helping start the Clinton Foundation. They're all over the island, bills going to Africa on the plane and all of that kind of stuff, right? And in this case, Reichless actually might be the figure to help tie these milieus together. So can I read just a tiny bit, Greg? And you can cut me off whenever you want to. Please do. Please do. Okay, page 30 of Guilt by Association, How Deception and Self-Deceit Took America to War by Jeff Gates. Fields within fields within fields. In the mid-1950s, Gus Greenbaum managed and then sold the Riviera Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, one of the premier properties controlled by the Chicago outfit. The buyer was Meshulam Reichless, a resident of Cincinnati and a former member of the Haganah, a Jewish paramilitary organization active in Palestine from 1920 to 1948, when it evolved into the Israel Defense Forces. Reichless tutored junk bond king Michael Milken, then a young bond broker, and reportedly was Milken's first customer. Fellow Cincinnati...
Pardoned by who? Pardoned by who? Drum roll, please. Who pardoned Milken? I believe, was it Barack Obama? No.
By the greatest patriot we've ever seen. He's about to take down the deep state, Greg. Just
And let's
faith.
remember also, real quick, let's remember Michael Milken through Drexel Burnham Lambert. I believe one of Michael Milken's proteges was Mr. Brexit, Nigel Farage as well. So another deeper global factor, like deeper, just like you just see the same names keep popping up.
No. Brexit is as organic a populist move as Donald Trump is, Greg.
right, yeah.
And you're a limited hangout if you don't believe that.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm guilty as charged. Much like David Rockefeller in his memoirs, I'm guilty as charged.
plus the sideburn issue, which we're not going to even go into.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fellow Cincinnati resident Carl Lindner emerged as a father figure to Milken, who operated out of the Beverly Hills office of Manhattan-based Drexel Burnham Lambert. Milken oversaw control fraud at Phoenix-based Lincoln Savings and Loan led by Charles Keating, who previously was general counsel to Cincinnati-based American Financial Group controlled by Lindner. As mentioned above, go
ahead. I don't mean to cut you off. Two things real quick. Carl Lindner figures into Mel Rockefeller's hidden tax on humanity and is a major player in the life and times of Mr. B'nai B'rith, far right conspiracy oriented operative Jerome Corsi, among other things. And then you also mentioned
turned anti-Zionist patriot in bed with Cynthia McKinney and Robert David
Steele.
Oh my gosh,
it's so wild Cynthia McKinney's hanging out with Jerome Corsi while she's calling John Ossoff an AIPAC operative. And not a single word about Raphael Warnock being targeted by the real Zionist lobby. I mean, and the other name you mentioned, I was going to say something about the other name you just mentioned there in addition to Carl Lindner. I'm sorry.
Who?
One thing I was going to throw in about
Keating.
Oh yeah, Keating. That also, if you want to go look at a deep background and bring even whatever the bigger picture that was going on with John McCain as well, figuring into this whole whatever the real versus stagecraft dynamics of the Trump McCain relationship were. And let's remember, McCain had Paul Manafort involved in his 2008 campaign. He had Richard Burt as his foreign policy advisor in the 2008 campaign. Key figures in the Trump Russia narrative in terms of cultivating Trump's the shift in terms of the relationship that the Trump campaign expressed in terms of the of Russia and what the U.S. Russia relationship was articulated and laid out to be under the Trump campaign. And so whatever goes on there, John McCain was directly involved in this Keating 5 scandal in the 1980s. So I just want to throw that in there as well, right out of the state of Arizona.
So true. And there's actually a chapter in this book all about the background of John McCain. And it goes even back into the background of his dad and the USS Liberty and all of that stuff, which is, people are making interesting points about how especially the cover-up artists, that this is an intergenerational mobbed up characters all around, right? And we've been talking a little bit about Nancy Pelosi, who we'll talk about a little bit more later in terms of her the raw politics of all of this and the raw stand down of congressional power after the violent assault on Congress. This can wait till after the weekend. I mean, I guess
it's not worth it. It's not worth wasting our time on.
I talked to Millie. Millie assures me that Trump's not going to be launching nuclear weapons. He's just not worth it. Yeah. Okay.
And so I'll let you finish this, and I want to go back to that after you finish for this here. And I keep interrupting you. I'm going to
stop. No. I appreciate the filling in that you're doing here. And you mentioned I'm sure they do. And you mentioned the hidden tax on humanity by Mel Rockefeller. Chapter 5. You know who gets really frustrated if you go in their YouTube comment section and post just read Mel Rockefeller, Hidden Tax on Humanity, Chapter 5 is one Jerome Corsi. So I'm not saying you should do that, but
Steele doesn't like it. I imagine Robert David Steele doesn't like hearing about that either, because that's Jerome Corsi's the good Zionist who loves Trump, and so it's the good Zionist and the good African Americans love Trump, and the rest of them are all just Satan worshiping demons. So.
Yeah, instead of the threat of mass violent insurrection or malignant narcissistic triggered nuclear war by Trump, the real danger that is that peace might break out, and sometime in the next 2 weeks, Jerome Corsi is going to fulfill his promise to Robert David Steele to get Cynthia McKinney a sitting with Donald Trump. It's going to happen one of these days. Greg, no, this is reality.
They've just been saying this recently. I haven't watched any of their
No, but
about a month ago, but
it was still being hinted. It was sort of like the last one that did that really bad one. Like I think it was like Steele basically suggesting why didn't that happen? Why that Trump should have hosted McKinney and her blacks. I mean, that's the thing about Steele. Steele talks in the same way that Trump does about the Steele likes to divide the blacks up too, in the way that Trump likes his blacks, and Steele calls them authentic blacks or something like that, and he parses them out from Somalis or something like that. So he's sort of in bed with Alex Jones, it seems. Okay, I'm going to continue reading this. All right. As mentioned above, Lindner boasts on the firm's website that he is the, quote, largest non-Jewish contributor to Jewish causes in the U.S., unquote. Keating was a major contributor to McCain's early congressional career, as McCain wrote to Keating in 1983 after his first congressional victory, quote, of the many things to be grateful for in this world, the friendship of the Keating family is certainly among the most meaningful, unquote. McCain's top-tier contributors included Keating, father-in-law James Hensley, and Don Diamond, a real estate developer to whom we will return. In the 1970s, Lindner and his American Financial Group began investing in United Fruit, whose name was changed to United Brands and then Chiquita Brands International to escape its notorious past. After CEO Eli Black fell to his death from his 44th floor office in New York's Pan Am building in 1975, Lindner assumed control. In 1977, Black's son Leon, right, epicenter of this whole thing, dude, Epstein,
yes,
Trump, Russia, yes, Kushner.
And it's like, and you keep seeing for like all of like the crimes you hear of the deep state, like no one in like our politics, certainly not the level of president, has been, well, maybe outside of George H.W. Bush, at some level, but none of these other politicians you constantly hear about as being the epitomization of the deep state are as connected to this level of high profile players the way Donald Trump is. I mean, like this real, like the other deep state that doesn't ever get talked about, like the
actual deep state,
yeah.
Even in an American context,
yeah,
right? Because it's the American mob bosses.
Whether it's September 11th, and we've talked about the Trump September 11th connections, our 5-part series from 9/11 to 11/9. I mean, no one is as intimately connected to these people as Donald Trump is in so many ways. In terms of like, and within like there's no one in Congress, let's say, for example, that has these connections to these people. Maybe, I don't want to unequivocally say it, but like there's no one in Congress that's more connected to these figures than Donald Trump is. I mean,
not as deep. It's hard to think of anyone really.
And
but he's an outsider. He's an outsider.
He's an outsider. He's an outsider to this system, and we might talk about that later in terms of like exactly what kind of an outsider he is, and the fact that Donald Trump is an outsider to the system makes him a very, very unique threat to this system, and maybe we'll get into that before we close out tonight.
Ooh, Greg. All right, let me finish this little bit up because then it gets into the Sharon stuff. All right. Okay, Black's son Leon emerges head of mergers and acquisitions and co-head of corporate finance at Drexel Burnham Lambert, where he collaborated with Milken. United Fruit became a key conduit for moving Israeli arms into covert wars throughout Latin America, culminating in the Iran-Contra scandal of 1987. That scandal discredited the presidency of Ronald Reagan when he was forced to concede that his administration sold arms to Iran. What was the thing that he said? What I said, I thought I believed, but what I believed was not true, or something. I forget what it was. It was interesting.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Okay. All right. That his administration sold arms to Iran, an avowed enemy, and used the funds to arm Nicaraguan rebels despite a congressional ban. The term "banana republic," right, stems from the corrupting influence of United Fruit over multiple decades as the U.S. was discredited throughout Latin America by the firm's bribery of foreign officials and its use of armed force to discipline workers. So in a way, Greg, maybe the claim that this was the banana republicization of the United States is more true than I want to admit in terms of this is the actual network that did these things overseas and is now doing these things very directly here. So
it unfortunately seems like it. And I mean, just over this is the international aspect of like in a lot of ways the secret right that that Josh Reeves did the definitive documentaries on that our mutual friend John Brisson, we've read the documents, has been so focused on. I mean, this is the global side of that, and it's really, unfortunately, the decades long culminated with this this national nightmare we're facing right now.
Yep. Okay. Along with insurance firms owned by Reichless and Saul Steinberg, Lindner's American Financial Group was an early investor in Drexel's high-yield junk securities, packaged by Milken in deals coordinated with Leon Black. Reichless's Rapid American Corp became an acquisition vehicle for Lerner Shops, Playtex, and other companies such as RKO Film Studios, previously owned in part by Joseph Kennedy, father of John F. Kennedy. In 1967, in one of the first junk bond finance leveraged buyouts, LBOs, when Michael Milken was still an undergraduate at Berkeley, Reichless acquired Louis Rosensteel's share in Cincinnati-based Schenley Industries. The Istanbul-born Reichless, Turkey-born, paid for Schenley with high-interest junk bonds issued by Rapid American Corp., a firm that Reichless owned with Lindner. Under Lindner's leadership, United Fruit's purchase of 40% of Rapid American reportedly provided majority owner Reichless and his pro-Zionist colleagues with sufficient resources to purchase for General Ariel Sharon his ranch in the Negev desert. Last paragraph I'll read for now. Rosensteel's wife, Leonore, left him to marry Walter Annenberg, Ronald Reagan's, quote, best friend for 50 years, unquote, according to Nancy Reagan. And Nixon's
Annenberg, Chicago, part of the liberal Zionist clique around Barack Obama and his rise to political power.
Oh, definitely. Yep. And they have like a whole school of media named after them in USC.
Yeah.
Big media empire. Right? I think. Yeah.
Yes.
All right. And Nixon's ambassador to Great Britain. Son of Chicago mobster Moses Mo Annenberg, Walter laundered profits from the family's racing wire service through Triangle Publications, publisher of TV Guide and 17. As he distanced himself from organized crime, he steadily gained legitimacy and influence in Republican politics through his ownership of the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Maybe liberal Zionists, maybe I should use that in quotations. So, I mean, it might not even necessarily liberal Zionists at the end of the day. I mean, that's the way it was described, like what Obama had around, but I don't even think I want to use that term even. So maybe it's even a different term that needs to be used than even that. So
yeah. Well, we should go back to that too. All right. There's so much more here, but we can't. Oh, and then it deals with Jonathan Pollard's act was pure innocence over here. Meyer Lansky. Bronfman and Rosensteel reportedly met often during Rosensteel's frequent trips to Canada, where they became card-playing friends. America's mobsters go legit. All right, this, even if, let's say, Donald Trump is no longer president, this network needs to be drilled down upon. And so, just sort of finally closing the loop on that point, that once we can focus on Joe Biden, then we can really have a chance to drill down on the dangers that we're going to be facing in relationship to what's up next in terms of this government of ours. And then in the background there, I think that it's time for us to really figure out our political act. Get our political act together. What are we standing for? Because it's not enough to be, continue to analyze. It's important to expose the dark plans, the approaching authoritarianism, the technology, global technology authoritarianism. But at some point, we the people need to come correct with our own legitimate, powerful people-powered politics, or we're going to be playing defense the whole time. And so eventually we'll maybe have some space then to begin to talk about that too, in the midst of continuing to call out the dangers.
Yes, and on that, you just mentioned Jonathan Pollard. It's amazing that in all this time of this news cycle, with so much that's going on, like, I mean, we've had very little time to like really process the ramifications of Jonathan Pollard being, what was he, like almost overnight brought back into Israel with Sheldon Adelson confronting him. Also ironic, this happens
No,
in
on
the last
Sheldon
minute when-
Adelson's private
Oh,
plane, and then
yes.
Netanyahu himself greets him and his wife, and Pollard and his wife diss Netanyahu by kissing the ground of Israel first after they get off the plane before they
Oh,
greet
boy.
Netanyahu.
But once again, just not an accident that this is happening in the final moments of Trump, because these are another one of these unique factors. This would not have happened under any other president. I mean, where this would have been allowed to happen. I don't believe.
No, I don't think so. You remember there were the inklings, right, under Clinton. Was that under Clinton or was that under Bush when Panetta, I'm not Panetta, but what's his name, George Tenet, threatened to resign only on the basis of whether they were going to let Pollard off the hook. In this case, it wasn't. The way what happened was his what's it called? His he wasn't in jail anymore, right? I think he was on what do you call it? After you've been let
I can't think of the
parole. He was
term
on
for it.
parole, I think. I think he was on
But
parole.
but there had to be an okay given from positions of high up to allow him to go back, go back home, quote unquote. So.
Yeah, I'm sure he had to basically probably face a parole board or something like that, and they could have totally re-upped him for more parole. And this is a guy who did major spying against the United States. Sure, he doesn't have to go. He's out of jail, but he's not allowed to just sort of be totally free at this point. And eventually we'll get back to it. There's the in-depth article by Seymour Hersh titled "The Traitor" about Jonathan Pollard goes in depth in terms of the technical background of all that Pollard had stolen, and it then begins to suggest the deeper, darker, background that this was not just about Israel, but this had implications regarding the Soviet Union and even the threats of the escalation of nuclear conflagration in certain moments, even after Pollard did that. And remember, even the context of that Fink's Bar quote from Netanyahu, that the outrageous, remember Dennis Ross's word, outrageous. That outrageous quote of Netanyahu at Fink's Bar, that was in the context, I think, of that they had stolen these NSA encoding machines. And it was so that was on the back of the Jonathan Pollard operation that compromised the highest level NSA signals intelligence manuals, it looks like, and basically through some kind of backdoor cutout delivered that to the Soviets via the Israelis. And the final point that just popped in my mind around this is the way that a lot of people are misunderstanding the Netanyahu acknowledgement of Biden and the relationship of Trump. And remember, he took down the picture of Trump at some point in his Twitter banner, and then he put another one back up at some point. But at the time, we pointed out that Putin and Netanyahu were both holding back after it became generally observed that it looked like Biden was going to be the president elect. And then eventually, yes, Netanyahu relinquished and acknowledged Biden. But to me, it didn't seem that Netanyahu was just sort of like done with Trump and on to our next asset. No, it looks like there was a plan in the same axis that includes a lot of domestic aspects to try to reelect Donald Trump or reselect Donald Trump. And so it took a long time actually for Netanyahu to acknowledge Biden. And then he did it. But okay, there's Greg. Oh, Greg, I'm bringing Greg back in. Greg, I'm bringing you back in here.
Okay,
there you are.
Back.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I had a issue with the Wi-Fi there for a moment.
Okay. All right, and I think I sort of like I got a little bit confused on my point there, but that is
Last thing you were saying was I think you were talking about like Putin and Netanyahu. Was it I think you were starting to talk about, was it hedging their bets
oh
almost?
oh yes, some of the difference between Netanyahu and Putin is similar in relationship to the Pollard affair, where if the way that Pollard's defense attorneys and people generally, including in the Israeli government, who articulated on his behalf over the years. And of course, we're talking about Dershowitz, right? I think Dershowitz, right? Part of the Pollard team,
Right.
part of every crazy team. That Pollard didn't do this to give it to an enemy or an American nemesis. He gave it to an ally who the United States was greedily hanging on to this crucial intelligence and wasn't sharing it with our best ally in the Middle East, Israel. And so that's why it was so important, the background of whether this was actually, there was some Soviet dynamic to this, because that made it a whole nother level, right? Then you're talking about the highest levels of treason rather than some form of espionage in service of an ally or of money interests or something like that, as it was sold around Pollard. And so similarly, when you have a Netanyahu, that's still our greatest ally in the Middle East. And so it looks super bad for the leader of a so-called ally to hold their acknowledgement of the generally recognized president-elect for too long. And of course, Putin can hold it as long as he's a nemesis to enemy or whatever considered as such. He can hold it indefinitely until he has to sort of acknowledge or deal with the person ultimately who is in power. So I sort of see that as a similar kind of thing. And so I think people are really confusing the dynamics of Netanyahu basically sort of used up the asset and all of that. And that this, the raid on the Capitol was basically just a frame job against Trump or something like that. Yeah. No, the factual dynamics actually put this directly in the lap of Trump himself and those people that he's empowered in the recent weeks that we were very concerned about, including that command structure at the top of the Pentagon.
Yeah, and I think we talked about this in our last live stream, and I'm not going to elaborate on this very much at all. I'll just briefly bring this up again. But if what I am increasingly of the belief appears to be the case, at least I've theorized this among myself. Like, it's not anything I can prove, but I've come to think about this, that even looking more at like the Netanyahu Trump dynamic and Netanyahu quote unquote like throwing Trump under the bus or whatever, how people were trying to spin it or portray it, what I'm increasingly looking at is I keep going back to this symbolic image of the conception of Breitbart in Jerusalem with Benjamin Netanyahu and Andrew Breitbart and Jim Hoft of the Gateway Pundit becoming such a primary source of like this the propaganda source for this attempted coup we just saw with all of the constant stream of so much of the, such a root source of so much of this chaos at this moment of we're seeing playing out right now.
And by the way, like the key part of over the Trump years of Gateway Pundit too is, as you focused on very crucially, it was the connection to Sputnik Radio and Lee Stranahan of Jim Hoft. Yes. That really sort of showed that axis very intently.
I think so. But what I'm going back to is like even looking at things like the rise of like this Tea Party movement, the AstroTurf Tea Party movement of 2009, 2010. And I think like if we can even go back to like, this is what led to Trump, like in terms of like the effort that ultimately led not only to Trump, but also to the rise of like the takeover of the GOP on a state level, where you have like people like Alan West in place in charge of the largest state Republican Party in the country, calling for succession from the Union after the Supreme Court failed to entertain the effort to overturn the election results. And then also even somebody such as Senator Josh Hawley. Of course, Ted Cruz was a direct product of the Tea Party. And then 6 years later, the other leading, seditious senator right now, Josh Hawley, you got to look at it like that. And I can even look at even somebody like a Benjamin Netanyahu and this faction in Israel playing a key role in terms of and also, I do think there's a Russian factor to this as well. But in terms of like hardcore, like Israeli aspect of this, I do think you could pinpoint moments such as like this conception of Breitbart and almost like the symbolism of what that entails and all the key role that Breitbart, Gateway Pundit type outlets have played over in cultivating our politics at a local and state level over the years, as well as just the overall bigger propaganda perspective and leading to this Trump moment. I think there can be a case made there that a lot of what we're seeing is, very much has the fingerprints of people like Benjamin Netanyahu and this particular contingent of hardline Israel partisans all over it. So, and it's not something I can prove, but it's been something I've been increasingly thinking about and considering over the last few months or so.
Oh yeah, it's interesting too, because then just today we began to look back just a tiny bit at Holly and some of I brought up some of the local reporting from the Kansas City Star, because the big story is, and Greg, should we deal with this Josh Hawley thing as quick as we can and then finish off with
it's related to all of this. I mean, directly related to this. Like, Josh Hawley played a key role in obviously like the events of the last several days. One of the big things that made it possible was Josh Hawley making this public grandstand. So yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm gonna see if I can pull it up here. Okay, let's tell me. Let me see. I need to. All right. You see that, Greg? Okay,
I see it. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna bring us.
Sorry, I see it.
Okay. All right. So we're not on the screen right now. I guess that's okay.
I saw Holly on there just now.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave it like that, and we'll come back on screen. We'll continue to work. By the way, we have been gossiping amongst ourselves about beginning more of a news show dynamic, and we were thinking about sort of short but regular in the morning, sometimes in the evening, maybe half hour in. Sort of compete with Democracy Now! Or something like that, and then an evening type of thing. And so if folks are interested in that, let us know if that's the type of thing that they'd be interested in. And, we probably do it live and then archive it too. But okay, just meaning to say we're going to continue to work on this presentation and technology side of things. And it's definitely a time for more and more discussion towards I think strategic political communication and action and plans, big plans, not only just sort of analysis. Although analysis is crucial, you have to figure out what the heck is going on, or else you end up being the people who smash the Capitol, and you end up getting shot in your throat or something like that. Some kind of horrible end like that. If your analysis is shoddy, you end up, that's what I'm saying. The analysis is not some little thing. It's an existentially important thing, even just for one's own life, obviously. If you get set up for becoming, just grist for the Q fodder. It's sad, Oy. All right, so there you go. This is this infamous picture. Josh Hawley. Look at him, dude. Look at his fist. Sedition is us. But the big story is he's a little whiner because he lost his Simon & Schuster book deal, and he believes that there's quote unquote First Amendment implications to his Simon & Schuster book deal. And I've been rummaging in the background in terms of, because that's one of the other pieces of element of my exhaustion at some level was the fact that to this day, the entirety of the Trump years been dealing with the fallout of, you and me at the Kansas City Public Library, Craig, when Obama was the president, May 2016, Dennis Ross had just written his article basically saying the Russians and the Arab Muslims maybe don't respect Obama because he doesn't use enough violence or something like that. Dennis Ross had written that in the context. Now, thinking back about the timing of it is at the same time that Arthur Finkelstein is coming into the mix in the spring of 2016 in terms of mainstreaming Trump into the RNC. That goes along with what was just barely touched upon in the Senate in Select Intelligence, Counterintelligence report about Trump Russia 2016, that the Trump people were talking to the Israeli intelligence cutouts, the Psy Group types, the Joel Zamel, and all of that. By the way, John Swin, great videos actually that cover a lot of that stuff. And John Swin is working on some, like I've said before, on some stuff in the background. I have some more work to do for him. We'll be getting to that soon. And but go look at some of his video archives in addition to exposetheenemy.com and all of the work there. But so wait, what was I talking about, Greg? About
we were talking about Josh Hawley and going back into 2016. About to get into Josh Hawley relates to our in the Kansas City Library and him coming in as the Attorney General of the state of Missouri in 2016.
And it's interesting because the timing of that was the Psy Group. It's interesting because, like, looking back on it, this was all happening at the same time. You know, you and me, Greg, we had no clue that all this other stuff, the Finkelstein stuff, the Psy Group stuff, that was not even known about until, you know, much later, like maybe year or years later. But that was happening at the same time as you and I had gone to this event at the Kansas City Public Library, and then dealing with the arrest for more than a year afterwards. And the timing of that is very interesting because Josh Hawley gets elected to be the Missouri Attorney General that year, I believe, 2016, fall of 2016. And then what happens is about the same time, maybe December of 2016. Remember, this is also time Eric Greitens comes in as governor of Missouri. These are shady characters, dude. Hawley, Greitens coming into the mix, coming into the fold in Missouri. December 2016, the Missouri House, I think, or the Missouri legislature passes one of the earliest, basically a Blue Lives Matter sort of hate crime bill, where a crime, and this is very strange because the way that hate crime stuff is supposed to work is it seems like it's related to the Civil Rights Act, where groups of people in terms of religion or race or gender are allowed to use protection against the escalation of crimes against them based on the allegation of hate as driving it. And it basically just sort of can add to the level of punishment, related very much to the idea of terrorism at some level and the way that terrorism has been escalated into our legal system. And maybe we'll touch on that as we finish up in terms of the dangers of Biden as resonant with the dangers of Clinton. And usually this is what happens. The Democrats are used to escalate the domestic aspects of the police state, and the Republicans are used to escalate the international war aspects very often. It's not, of course, that's a generalization. So lots
of overlapping, but I think that there's a large element of truth to that, with a lot of overlap. But I do think that is, I think there's a large element of truth to that. So
yes, and so remember the Oklahoma City bombing. And then all the terrorism laws after that. And so there is that danger, very much so, front and center in relationship to Biden-Harris. Harris, the prosecutor, right, who showed herself to not operate on justice, but, you know, if it served her career.
I'll mention this again. There's still like next to no discussion of the Trump Mnuchin contributions to her attorney general campaign in California and what may or may not have inspired those contributions. I mean,
Mnuchin just finished his meeting in Israel He's moving on to other countries in the Middle East.
Oh, great. So he's going to, what is he doing? Is this helping to shore up the, because Kushner was just recently running around this region as well. I mean, there's some, almost sounds like there's some shoring up of things between the multinational alliance. I don't know, but.
Oh, yeah. And it's interesting. Al Jazeera actually just recently put out a long form video about NSO Group and the Pegasus software in relationship to this normalization background that's been escalated this year. And it is interesting. Those are the bookends really of the 11/9 operation, of the Trump operation, is Psy Group, Arthur Finkelstein, WikiStrat, Pegasus on the front end, and then on the back end is the last year is the rollout of the Israeli Arab normalization, which we've talked about, that Dennis Ross was actually signaling this that night in his lecture at the Kansas City Public Library. Okay, so December 2016, the Missouri legislature passes this sort of blue line hate crime bill. Then this is all the whole time here, the librarian Stephen Woolfolk, who was the Kansas City Public Library director of public programming, I think, at the time, he and I were both facing charges this whole time, and there was all this backroom pressure being put upon us by elements of the groups that had mainly the group that had helped put the event together, along with the Kansas City prosecutor's office, was not dropping these very obviously fraudulent charges, totally specious charges against us, and we were being put under pressure to accept deals and to not to fight it really. And at this very same time, then Eric Greitens comes in, Holly comes in, and briefly, there is a totally unique situation in terms of Kansas City police, in terms of their oversight. The only police department in the entire country at this point, after St. Louis, Ferguson, after that whole thing, St. Louis was then integrated into local oversight. Kansas City, Missouri Police Department is the only police department in the entire country that's overseen at the state level by the governor. In Missouri, we're talking about Jefferson City, pretty far away actually from Kansas City. And a lot of that, there's a combination. There's some elements of that is based on sort of, the background of policing in slave patrols and that whole background in terms of, Missouri, Kansas, and Civil War stuff, post Civil War, Reconstruction era, slave patrol stuff. But then there's also a background in the mob scene of Kansas City too, and what's his name, the era of the Democrat, I think he's a Democrat in Kansas City, that was sort of controlled the scene for a long time.
Oh, are we talking about, we're going back in history here, going back in time?
Yeah.
We're not talking about the Pendergast era, are we?
Pendergast, yes, thank you.
Yeah, Pendergast. Tom Pendergast, major figure in the rise of President Harry Truman. Yes, Pendergast.
And it's interesting, that whole background there of the Israel Truman situation was very much Kansas City, and Eddie Jacobson was a local member of the Jewish community in Kansas City, and he and Harry Truman, I think, had served in the army together too. And then they opened this haberdashery, a hat store in Kansas City. And then meanwhile, there's another piece of this. There's so much weird historical resonance around this Kansas City Public Library case, Greg, and the Truman Israel, because it was the Kempers. It was and Crosby Kemper III was the director of the Kansas City Public Library, who, after it became public, the story, he made very strong statements about the First Amendment, calling it the very first amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and how this was a big violation of it. But his grandfather, I think, had been involved in funding, I think, Truman, or of giving him a job or something like that, and sort of helping the rise there too. So there's a lot of interesting Kansas City history that we'll put aside for now. But it finally,
And of course, real quick, just that night that we were at the library, we were doing some, research among ourselves, and that's when we discovered that's when we discovered the claims of Margaret Truman, Harry's daughter, that Truman had been threatened with mail bombs by.
That's not true. That I discovered that a few days before we went to the library. And then I shared it with you, but then we didn't really.
Well, it was right in that time period.
Yeah. I remember us reading it while we were in our seats online. And then, but you're right though, Greg. We then went back and found her book and everything, and went through it and made sure that it was true. But that was like we had just become aware of that fact just in the days and the lead up to that event, based on that event.
Yes, indeed.
And wait, but lay that out. Lay that fact out again. Sorry, I interrupted you because
I'm sorry. No, it was
the fact was incorrect. Sorry.
I'm sorry. No, that's fine. But Margaret Truman, the daughter of Harry Truman, had written, I believe in early 70s, she came out with the claim that her father had received mail bombs from the Stern Gang, which was one of the primary of the Zionist terror groups that in the lead up to the formation of the state of Israel in 1948. And then there'd been a big row where I believe she was asked to retract. But anyway, the point is that the claim was made personally by Margaret Truman, the daughter of Harry Truman, in the 1970s, that her father had been threatened as part of an attempt, pressure for recognition of the state of Israel to be in the form of mail bombs from the Stern Gang. Matter of fact, give me a moment. I'll pull up an article on that and post it into our live stream.
Yeah, and actually, as a result of the case itself, and as it went public, then Richard Silverstein interviewed me about it. He never wrote a story about the case itself, but in so doing, I told him about that fact, and he'd never heard about it. And then he actually produced what I believe is the best, sort of clearest, most visual write-up of that story that's available on the internet in total at this point. But she was, I think Margaret was, by the way, Margaret's son was there that evening and helped introduce the event. And so it was, there was a lot to that event in a way that we didn't quite realize all of the confluence of indicators and interests that made it an event of severe interest for some of the overlapping powers in Kansas City and beyond. So then what happened is then after the turn of the year, Greitens comes in as Missouri governor. Hawley becomes attorney general of Missouri. And the local prosecutor in Kansas City is acting strange. They never really put forth we had video evidence. Greg took, with my camera, Greg took a video of exactly what happened. It was a little bit blurry at times, but everyone could hear that I offered to leave the event after I was grabbed multiple times if they asked me, thus making any kind of charge of trespassing totally moot. There's no elements that were met. You're supposed to be given time to leave. You definitely, if you offer to leave and then do leave, as we both left, in front of the police officer and the security officer, who both, by the way, had been paid to go to Israel by the local Jewish Federation, had paid for their trip. The detective who worked out of the local Kansas City DHS Fusion Center, Detective Brent Parsons at the time, had sort of, looking at, I have documents of his writing, and, we deposed him, and he's sort of, I think he's Christian, seems very Christian Zionist-y to me. And so their trip to Israel activated a lot of that stuff in him. And that was just 6 months before that event. He and the other guy who grabbed me and arrested me, a man named Blair Hawkins, very interesting background there. He went from being a Seattle drug SWAT officer to eventually working sort of as a State Department contractor, it looks like, in counterterrorism programs and running the security service for then Afghan interim president Hamid Karzai in the years after September 11th. And then here we are in the Kansas City Public Library trying to ask a fact-based question from Margaret Truman's book. And, and these guys are grabbing us, having just been to Israel and that whole trip. There's a whole bunch there. I'll go into more of that background later. But the local prosecutor's office in Kansas City was acting super shady, and they should have dropped the charges on their own. The video had been put in their hands very soon thereafter, after the event on May 9th, 2016. So by the time 2017 rolled around, they still haven't presented actually what the allegations are, such as, I think they're called not the specifics, but there's a way of talking about it in the law where someone actually articulates the exact nature of the elements of what has been claimed, what you did that made it a crime that you're being charged with. And at that time, Steve Woolfolk, the librarian, he's getting the charges escalated against them. And it looks like they tried to go, he was originally charged with just one charge, a interfering charge with my alleged arrest. The only time he ever could have interfered with my arrest was when they grabbed me at the microphone in the auditorium. He was the guy in charge of the event ultimately for the library. He was the one who decided to allow the outside partners, the Truman Library Institute and the Jewish Community Foundation of Kansas City, to bring this outside security force and this off-duty detective who worked in the Fusion Center. And meanwhile, then for him to tell these people to follow the rules and not grab their patrons for asking hard-nosed questions, he was then arrested and charged with interfering with my arrest. And then, so in those years, as that time frame when Hawley and Greitens comes in, Hawley in charge of the Attorney General's office, they escalate the charges at the local level, and there was a lot wrong with it. And it looked like they tried to escalate it to an assault on a police officer specifically, and basically escalate the thing to something where they could probably do it at that level. And things seemed to break down in many ways. We specifically pushed. My wife and I did a lot of the work, the legal work, all along the way, and we basically forced my lawyer to subpoena documents from the prosecutor. The judge okayed it. And what we were looking for was for communications with any outside party, and definitely with parties such as Jefferson City, the governor, the Attorney General's office. And finally, more than a year after the event, my lawyer presented a letter to follow up. He'd already successfully got the judge to okay it. And then in following up with that letter to get the documents about whether there was any outside communication, including with the private parties, but definitely we were thinking about Jefferson City. Input from outside. Was this a political case? It was obviously a political case. It was politically repressive, the entire act. Then the follow-up with the malicious prosecution de facto was a politically repressive series of actions. And so we wanted to look at, who is influencing this whole series of actions, and was it at that level of the Jefferson City? And then at the moment that we put that letter to the city prosecutor in Kansas City, they dropped the main charge, the trespassing charge. And then a few weeks later, we got them to drop my resisting charge. And so now it's turned out the Kansas City Star did a whole bunch of investigation. And it turns out Josh Hawley was having his Missouri Attorney General's office being run by outside of the state consultants who were basically just working on his political career. And one of the guys was the chief of staff formerly to Bobby Jindal, who you pulled up the story, Greg, that Bobby Jindal went on. When was this? He went on a trip to Israel with who?
Would have been in 2015, and I believe this was while he was governor of Louisiana, I believe at the point. And he went on a trip to Israel with the Family Research Council. And by the way, the Family Research Council is home of three of the most influential, most powerful of the very, very strong Council for National Policy Dominionist accessible elements within our within this current this right wing power structure. That being Tony Perkins, Ken Blackwell, the infamous Secretary of State of 2004 Ohio election infamy, also a board member at JINSA, the Jewish Institute, now for National Security Affairs of America, formerly believe they changed their name from Jewish Institute of National Security Affairs to Jewish Institute of National Security America. So JINSA board member there, as well as the Dominionist General Jerry Boykin, and very lot people familiar with our work are familiar with the history of Jerry Boykin, as well as people such as Josh Reeves and John Brisson. So, but the very, very, very influential triumvirate, a very, very influential DC think tank organization in terms of both shaping this domestic policy that is at the heart of a lot of this push, like which ultimately resulted in Trump, as well as this very extreme Zionist, hardline supporter of all things related to Israel in the Middle East. And so that's the kind of, this is his chief of staff was directly involved here, as you're saying, with Josh Hawley, in terms of right at the center of his role as the attorney general here in Missouri. So very connected people, to say the least.
So my suspicion, I definitely don't have proof. I definitely do not have the documents. I tried to get the documents, but they dropped charges, it looks like, instead of providing the area of documents where the documents I believed existed might have been found. But at the very least, we see this background here that is now really coming to the surface in terms of how this is synthetic. He's a synthetic figure. And so was Greitens, obviously. Greitens also went to Israel during that time, met directly with Netanyahu, set up all kinds of strange relationships with the Missouri National Guard to train with Israelis, certain kinds of cyber starting schools with Israelis while Greitens was in office. And then Greitens, I believe, is the one who names the guy who I can't remember his name. I mean, we sued him at some point, but I can't quite remember his name. My lawyers dropped the case against the police board. But the head of the police board now was named to the board originally by Eric Greitens, and he was a former FBI agent and member of the Department of Justice who helped run the prosecution on the Holy Land 5, the Palestinian charity. There was sort of the beginning big case, the weaponization of the terror law, the post 9/11 terror laws. And by the way, he was the line prosecutor, I believe, during these key times when they brought in Israeli intelligence officers, total nom de plume, pseudonymous. I mean, to me, it looked like they violated the Sixth Amendment, it looks like, in terms of your right to face your accuser. Right. And these guys there was a lot of secrecy in the courtroom. People were not allowed in the courtroom when these Israeli intelligence officer types were basically using mistranslation of very shadily found documents to basically make the case that these people were connected to some kind of Hamas, facilitating Hamas terrorist cells via schools and stuff like that. And so this guy who Greitens named to the police board, I believe he's still the president of the Kansas City Police Board, was the line prosecutor during the Holy Land 5 case, who helped facilitate Israeli intelligence officers to come in and abuse our justice system. Okay, Miko Peled wrote an interesting book, not that thorough, but there's some good stuff in there of his book about I think it's called Injustice, about the Holy Land 5 that details some of that. And meanwhile, this guy also, the current president of the Kansas City Board of Police Commissioners, I believe, it also appeared in the documentary of what's the dude's name? Greg, you remember who I'm talking about? The guy, the Jihad in America guy.
Stephen Emerson.
Stephen Emerson.
And remember, Stephen Emerson really was a major player in creating in the lead up to the migration crisis. Another major part of this whole bigger operation. He was the guy who went on Judge Jeanine Pirro's Fox News show and really popularized the term no-go zones by referring to an area in Birmingham, England, where allegedly non-Muslims could not even enter. So
he eventually retracted that. There's a lot of interesting stuff written about him. Even Max Blumenthal got into the action in terms of writing about the Steve Emerson's background. Very interesting. Serious journalists basically all said that he was some kind of, they accused him of being an asset, a mouthpiece of Israeli intelligence directly. So this is, and this guy shows up in his documentary after being the line prosecutor for the Holy Land Five, and then Eric Greitens during this whole time period of this case, and all of that type of stuff, named him to the Kansas City Police Department Board of Commissioners. Okay, so finishing up here, Josh Hawley loses a Simon and Schuster book deal. There's no First Amendment right to book deals. There's no First Amendment right to not be held publicly accountable for the backing of seditious behavior. Really, maybe that's that. This picture here, I don't know when this was taken or what it is. It's not. I'm not sure that what Hawley has done would be potential. There's not, maybe the elements of incitement of sedition are not met. However, publicly, socially, in terms of the consideration of the moral moment, there's blowback for being, the seditious leader of the support network for the seditious leader. Right, which is Josh Hawley was the first one to pop up and say, "I'm going to help Donald Trump fight the rigged elections." And yes, we need to be able to figure out how to channel the good faith energy of those people who supported Trump, who really now understand that there is a serious problem with American election integrity. However, it might not be exactly what they were being told by the Kraken lady and Lynn Wood calling for the execution of Mike Pence and all of that. Maybe those people are not the best people to listen to in terms of the actual background of election fraud in the United States of America. So I'm just saying there's a little bit of karma here, I believe, that's being wrapped up at this point in terms of Josh Hawley and his whining about losing his Simon and Schuster book deal while he oversaw an actual assault on the First Amendment, on a traditional public forum, a public event at a public library where a patron of the public library involved in the most core of political speech and rhetorically adverse citizens press was grabbed mid-speech. By the way, September, that's when the mic was cut. That was when I was grabbed. And that was the core political speech that was going on that then Josh Hawley oversaw the wake of to some extent. I don't know the full extent of it. I don't know if his office was involved in being in the ear of the Kansas City prosecutor while we were still under charges. But at the very least, I have documents from our case, from our civil suit ongoing now as an appeal in the Eighth Circuit of Appeals, that Hawley was the head defense attorney of the police that we were suing, which included multiple officers and then also the police board themselves in terms of questions of training and oversight and all of that. And Hawley, at any moment, as he could have basically come to the table, looked at the facts and said, "Oh yeah, let's sit down, apologize, let's settle this, do a settlement or something like that." But instead, he pushed it along into the system. So I think there's a bit of karma comeuppance, and that's just in terms of what I know and experience personally in relationship to the man, let alone his involvement in the 1-6 sedition operation.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll be looking at, I think we'll have to go back. We'll be talking more about Mr. Hawley here because as I was saying before, like this is a major part of one of the major fruits of the Tea Party, of this what has resulted out of it, and like this takeover of like the the Republican Party, of the conservative movement at a local and state level. And obviously now in the case of Hawley, and also his partner in crime in the Senate currently, Ted Cruz, both being direct products of this. So definitely be going, because this is I mean, this is like Josh Hawley is definitely being positioned for being big things. And he also even think down the line, like if there were to be like a more effective, like even in perhaps, Josh Hawley could be another future Trump-like figure. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen, but I mean, a lot could happen over the years. But clearly, like, this is a guy to really, really zero in and focus on as being clearly, obviously, as you see with this current moment. I mean, being, positioned for big things. How big, I don't know, but he's definitely like he's young. He's got, he manages to get himself into like some populist types of street cred by coming out publicly, vocally supporting the $2,000 stimulus check. So yeah, this is definitely, I'll just sum it up here by saying this is definitely a man to keep a close eye on here as we continue on.
Oh, definitely. Did you mention that Peter Thiel had been
Oh
involved
yes, yes.
in backing him?
Yes, I believe Peter Thiel, I'm going to pull it up right now. I believe he donated both to Hawley's campaign for Attorney General as well as for Senate. And Peter Thiel basically, I'm pulling this up right now. Peter Thiel was in recent years, it looks like the political candidates who he's been the biggest donors to are Josh Hawley and also Chris Kobach, your very own Chris Kobach, Jeremy.
Oh my gosh, dude.
So,
These
I mean,
guys.
so yes, yeah, Peter Thiel.
Oh, and by the way, the guy who wasn't Kobach running in the primaries against Roger Marshall to be the
Yes,
Kansas
Roger
senator.
Marshall. I joke that I'm old enough to remember when Roger Marshall was the insufficiently conservative enough candidate against Chris Kobach, and now he came out to support the. What a joke.
It's true. Actually, our two senators, yours in Missouri there, Josh Hawley, and then my new senator here in Kansas, Roger Marshall. Vote for Roger Marshall, or else he will do sedition. Oh yeah, well, yeah. Vote for Roger Marshall, and then he will do sedition. But they both basically were six of the senators who voted against the. I don't even know what the name of the process is, but the electors, the naming of the agreement of the naming of the electors or whatever.
I'm posting a link to Chris Kobach, or not Chris Kobach, Peter Thiel's support for both Kobach and Hawley.
Greg, try to keep a consistent distance. Okay. You just bring the microphone. Bring the microphone to you when you're talking, if you can. While you sit up. I
have it. But Kobach and Hawley. I just posted a link into our live stream comments of Peter Thiel's support for Hawley and Kobach, and it's not small. It's not a small amount of money he was throwing around for both of them.
So that's interesting. And I think it is the case that who knows whether this is going to affect the long term with Hawley. We don't know how this is all going to play out. We don't know the wake of the next few days, let alone the next few months, and how the MAGA operation regroups if and when Trump is really out of the way. Does these actions of Hawley, does the splitting potential of the Republican Party, does that play into undermining him, or does that just basically he's now the guy who led the inside part of the 1-6 job? He was the guy who ended up showing up to finish the operation by voting in the right way later that evening, or whether this is actually the sort of the end of his political, more like the end of what they'd hoped. He really looks like the guy that everyone was warning us about after Trump. Trump is sort of messy. He's got the orange makeup. He's got the 3 wives. Hawley is the alleged farm boy with the elite schools, of course. He's not even quite really a Missouri resident. It's not clear, right? He was making up the whole thing about he leaves town and Antifa is trying to attack his family by knocking on the door or something like that, pulling a Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, check out people who are interested, a little more of a background on Hawley from the most recent edition of the podcast Gaslit Nation with Sarah Kenzier and Andrea Chalupa. Sarah Kenzier, being a resident of St. Louis and a Missouri girl herself, is talks about like the facade behind like the populist image of the man of the people, Josh Hawley.
So he strikes me as he was one of their guys, dude. Kobach, they wanted Kobach to like, they thought they had something with Kobach, but Kobach was just a little too incompetent. He showed him when he fought against the ACLU in court around his voter suppression stuff. He turned out to not really be that competent, and you know he's a pretty good politician, but he's not competent. Hawley is competent.
And Hawley, like, it's interesting because it's Hawley and it's Ted Cruz that seem to be like the really serious players. And the thing is, like, Ted Cruz, it's already been proven he's not likable enough to be this person. Hawley could be that. So
remember when Alex Jones didn't Alex Jones end up supporting Ted Cruz over the opponent who had actually expressed at some point some like openness to 9/11 truth, and then Alex Jones used that to hammer her or something? I forget what happened.
No, you're thinking of Rick Perry. That was Deborah Medina back in 2010.
You're right. Sorry.
Let's remember though, Alex Jones, after all that he professed to be over the years, did openly and vocally become a complete apologist for Ted Cruz. So
Total.
Even
if Rick Perry, and very quickly of Rick Perry ultimately too.
Yeah. Oh, remember? Old school Alex Jones, Mr. New World Order. Alex Jones was very, at least rhetorically, anti-Rick Perry. Then he and Glenn Beck kind of do like a 1-2 punch against Deborah Medina, the candidate for governor of Texas, who was making noise and entertaining 9/11 truth. And then Glenn Beck does an interview with her and basically shames her and puts pressure on her to kind of disavow and move back. And then as soon as she makes the slightest move towards backtracking at all, Alex Jones just goes full in on her, says she's a traitor. So it's almost like a 1-2 punch. And there were some videos on YouTube a number of years back where this was broken down. I'll try to find those and bring them back to bring them back again. But I believe so anyway, but there's a long history there. But Ted Cruz is a product of that same Texas system that brought us Rick Perry and also ultimately George W. Bush. So
definitely. So I think you're definitely correct. You still got to keep, even though poor Josh Hawley lost his Simon and Schuster book deal. What a crime against the First Amendment. We still need to keep our eye on him because he is the Trump style fake populist fascist that serious people were warning about potentially. He could play that role.
And this also from from the perspective of, we've seen this work out before, whether it's Alex Jones and InfoWars, this censorship or the idea of it will work to make sure that like even more people get behind him, and it will raise his image.
That's a good point, actually. Like he will then become a cause célèbre amongst his backers because of the Streisand effect or whatever that might be called.
By the way, I just did when I was looking up something real quick, and I found, by the way, it looks like Glenn Greenwald was just on Tucker Carlson tonight to talk about Trump being banned from Twitter, as well as Josh Hawley's book deal. I haven't seen the interview, but it looks like those may have been some of the topics discussed. So.
Oh, I forgot about this too, because we had pulled up a video of what's her name from PBS expressing very similar sentiments as Greg was expressing on text earlier today. Actually,
maybe this is the time to get back into the events of the moment. I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to follow up on with regards to Hawley and the.
No.
Okay.
Thank you for going me on that whole historical riff of our personal history too.
I hope these perspectives are appreciated by and whatnot. But going back to the events of the moment, I guess the question I would ask myself, and I imagine you might have been asking yourself this as well, and I think a lot of people are asking this because I think a lot of people are just now really now seeing like exactly just like what the hell kind of moment we're into. And I think even a lot of people who, like you and I, we've been observing this for quite a while now, but like the depth that it's come to, it's like it is amazing. I think I'm just still like, I think I rhetorically know the answer to this, but like I just wonder, like still, like I'm still asking myself with all the talk of like even the nuclear, Trump, the mad, Trump having his hands on the nuclear code. And I don't think it's exaggerated. I don't think it's a fake concern. I think it's a very legitimate concern that we must take seriously. And it makes me wonder still, even though I think I rhetorically know the answer, just how the hell did we get into this situation? Because, we keep talking about like the system and like, people like to say, they're all the same, all the politicians are the same, the right, the left, they're all the same. Well, I have to say in response to that, no, they're not all the same. And we are in, as far as I'm concerned, very uncharted. This is not something that there's a precedent for. I mean, this is beyond the pale of like a precedent in terms of what we're in right now. And I just still have to ask myself, as much as I think I rhetorically know the answer, it's a rhetorical question to myself, how did we get here and how was this allowed to happen?
Yeah. And what is still happening potentially too. But you're right, Greg, like this is, and the fact that like a lot of people still haven't really reckoned with what this actually is, and that this storming of the Capitol was not just sort of in the realm of like, some theater where some guy, the guy with the horn stood on the chair and stuff like. There was a serious part of this, dude, and people were understandably scared. And sure, you could do the whataboutisms about this is the building that launched the Iraq War that killed how many people, and you would be totally correct about that. However, a lot of the people that were in the building had no involvement in that. They probably are against it. I bet you Ilhan Omar didn't support the Iraq War. Meanwhile, these people were actually, they wanted to lynch Mike Pence. They wanted to lynch Mike Pence.
I have a strong feeling Justin Amash, the Republican who went independent out of his opposition to Trump, I have serious reservations about him supporting the Iraq War. So, I mean, you can't just lump everybody in with like is with this. And so obviously that's largely true. But another aspect of this, even in terms of like why didn't people storm the Capitol during all these other things? We also have to look at the fact that what we're seeing right now is the culmination of what the rise of Trump was largely due to people's very real anger and frustration, righteous indignation about these crimes that have been committed in our name and against us as well as against other people. But what has happened here is this is also the result of the deliberate, very, very carefully orchestrated, complete weaponization of these issues into an extreme toxic, and not just counterproductive is an understatement for what this has wrought, but the psychological warfare operation that led to Trump and the way these issues, these very real concerns that people have been completely just twisted in the most extreme directions to where it's led us to this moment. But though you got to even consider like people who say like, well, why didn't we do this then? And we should be doing this now. Well, the fact is, unfortunately, it did not happen then. What's going on now in this moment is people have been brought to this moment as a result of the anger surrounding very real issues, but it has just been deliberately, and I believe deliberately, just completely taken and just as a result now, the very real issues people have been turned into, they're going to now want to destroy the system, but based on initially rooted in very real anger, but then ultimately just turned into directions of complete, where you just believe the very real angers have been turned into believing complete fantasies as the ultimate realities.
And treasonous, seditious, treasonous at the top levels, and then seditious action amongst the grassroots, basically. Because I would assert some, a controversial opinion that going in to break the Capitol windows with the plastic handcuffs and intent to lynch the vice president and who knows who else, that's never the right political thing to do in response to the Iraq War. There was a lot of other things that we should have done. First of all, there should have been enough people telling the truth about the Iraq War. A lot of them to this day still who believe that we should have stormed the Capitol at that time still won't even tell the truth probably about the Iraq War and how it was done and who did it, or 9/11 and how it was a follow-up to 9/11. So you start by telling the truth in public, then you move on from there and you insert yourself and you assert yourself in Congress, in the halls of Congress. You go in and you do press. You go in and you do actual people's lobbying. You expose people. You go in the hallways and you put Congress people on the record. And again, I keep coming back to the fact of all these people who are willing to get potentially shot or potentially kill somebody else. How many of these people are actually really willing to debate the facts and the ideas and their vision and the principles in deep public presentation, in serious political and real political warfare, which is about the clash of ideas? I'll bet you there's virtually no one amongst that crowd who's done anything serious in terms of actually politically putting forth their serious ideas about the truth and what needs to happen in terms of justice.
If I can just go by a mutual personal experience with somebody that we've known over the course of the last several years, I imagine a lot of these people, and I don't want to make a one size fits all for everybody, but I imagine a lot of these people, what this is though, is that these type of operations are designed entirely to appeal to emotion and not to your logic. I imagine that a lot of these people have seen some very powerful videos that are they're very much wired to their emotions and I'm not saying like, obviously people need to think emotionally, but I think that there's a lot of when you're brought into this mindset of a combination of everything from QAnon, as well as even like the QAnon light that you'll find at other places, that is not something that is being built on a logical based worldview of looking critically about the matters around you. No, you've been whipped into an emotional frenzy, and I think that I would have to think that is very much the dynamic that has led to this. That's another aspect of this propaganda warfare, is that it's not designed to appeal to your logic, but it's designed to appeal to your emotions. It's designed to appeal to your very basic, very subtle, overt and covert biases, prejudices, and fears. And I think that so much of that is going on. And if our mutual person we're talking about here is of any indication, I think there's been a lot of probably social media radicalizing and very extreme appeals to emotion through the power of a visual propaganda. I would guess that. I would think that that's been a big part of what you're seeing at play. And obviously, the other person, the major rabble-rouser in Washington, D.C. on the morning of this event, along with Donald Trump, of course, was Alex Jones. So there you see another classic, perfect example of that right there.
Although Alex Jones made the case that he was able to get the fact check correct and that he was not urging people onwards into the Capitol, but was trying to get them to stay in the part of the protest zone that he paid for. But you're right, though, Greg, in terms of this is of course the logical end result of the ongoing Trump 11/9 long-term sedition operation. The whole thing is a sedition operation.
Yeah. If you tell people, you get millions of people to believe that your opponents, your real and perceived political and otherwise opponents, are literal evil, literal spiritual good versus evil, then you number one, you lose the ability to actually have serious rational discourse. There's no rational discourse with people who believe that their opponents are who they believe opposes them are literal biblical evil. Number one. And number two, if you don't tell me that you can play a key role like Alex Jones has done in leading millions of people to believe this, and then say you're in Washington, D.C. calling for 1776 and to go in and overturn the election, say you're there in the name of peace. No, you're not there in the name of peace.
No. And, beyond just what we've pointed out about how Alex Jones uses violent rhetoric regularly, it's sort of part of his NLP, the kind of imagery that he uses. He's used even more directly violent rhetoric than even Trump did. Even though, remember, that's how Trump really broke through in many ways as to sort of begin to really generate these emotional fire that drives a quote unquote movement like this, is when he would say things like, I could kill somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and not lose supporters, or when he very directly would call for more violence against the protesters while dragging them out. Remember the good old days when the police like smacked the suspect's arrested subject's head on the car and all that kind of stuff. Sort of, and like we pointed out with the whole thing about the Proud Boys, the sort of bait and switch around the overly sort of hyped up racial dynamics of the Proud Boys. That's a piece of it. There's a piece of that. It obviously underneath the quote unquote Western chauvinism, there's obviously, layers, different groups that play into that where there's more racial dynamics of that. But as we pointed out, the main thing that the Proud Boys represented, and the main thing that was such a big deal when Trump slipped up and stand back and stand by, now rise up and do sedition or do insurrection, was the call, obviously, that they are chaos agents and agents of political violence is really the main key factor here. And as we're seeing, that is turning out to be really the key factor of the Trump MAGA mass mind control operation that really sort of we saw come into full fruition on January 6th. And so, but we should look at it again as the full dynamics of this, because this is obviously such as September 11th or things like that. There are some parallels, or even something like Oklahoma City, where there is a framing of the mid-level patsies at some level. It doesn't mean that they're not a part of it or they don't believe they're a part of something like that. But at the high levels, those who might have the power to stand down the Capitol Hill police or to stand down the Pentagon's resources in backing up the Capitol Hill police, i.e. a group of people that Trump put in charge of the Pentagon a few weeks ago, then you're talking about a much higher level operation. And then when you combine that with the potential black operators who were amongst all of the, Carhartt jackets and the red MAGA hats and the sort of all the different, whatever the uniform is of this group, those that were more in the black outfits with the total masks, with the handcuffs, and obviously trained operators. I mean, people have already noticed that they're in some of these, some of the hearings around people who have been arrested. There's a lot of people who are actually federal agents. And this is probably the lower level. These are just sort of like, police officers who participated or people who worked in it. And you can just watch the videos and see how comfortable just the average Capitol Hill police officer is with what is happening there. For example, you can, on this longer video that's taken, you can hear one of the police officers say, "You guys, there's not. You're just hurting us at this point by staying here. The members of Congress aren't even here anymore." So basically, like he almost like he would have agreed with it. Like, sure, we'd let you smash down the doors if they were still in there and you could go after them. But being that they're not here, you're just putting me in a difficult situation.
And a lot
that's
of people,
the low level of the Capitol Police.
And a lot of people don't like to hear this. I know that it makes a lot of people very angry to hear this fact, but the fact of the matter is that these were not the way one of the constant narratives that's going through the right-wing media right now is how, oh my God, the media justified it when it was Antifa and BLM burning down cities or whatever, right? Here's the fact of the matter. If it was BLM supporters going in, especially if they were black supporters, they would not have been. This is absolute fact, and I know people don't like to hear it, but it's the truth. They would not have been treated anywhere near the way that these people were treated on Wednesday. I mean, it's not. There's no debate about that.
No, there's not. And what's interesting is that some of the interesting arguments that are being made by people of conscience around who are very, very worried about, for example, Biden calling this domestic terrorism. They point out that that a lot of the terrorism laws are used against communities largely, whether they're activist communities, but also communities of color, especially in a post 9/11 era where it's sort of the Arab Muslim community where it's really targeted in really unjust ways. But also activists. And you remember what was beginning to happen in terms of black activists in relationship to the targeting of terrorism. And of course, yes, now is the moment where there is going to be the usage, similarly to the 90s, where the usage of the question of the white right militias, for example, and the threat of the homegrown white terrorists is definitely, that's going obviously being ramped up. Okay. But in terms of the realpolitik, in terms of what would have happened to a group of Black Lives Matter protesters, just structurally in terms of police, obviously big differential.
Yeah, so that brings us, I think, to one of the major concerns, and you were, talking to me this morning about this. Some of the indicators we've already been talking about, like a Biden presidency doing something similar to what Obama did in terms of, with Biden, of course, as VP, look forward, not backward. We're not going to hold the criminals of the Bush era accountable for what they did. And, there was no accountability for anything. I mean, even Obama's big campaign promise of closing Guantanamo Bay never came to fruition. By the way, a direct consequence of that, you have millions of people who believe, because Obama did not close Guantanamo Bay, you have millions of people believing that their political enemies are going to be sent there and be tried by court martial.
That Obama himself is going to be sent there. That's a good point, Greg.
Yes.
Obama failed himself because he was potentially a hypothetical future resident of Guantanamo that he didn't shut down.
And so, but anyway, though, looking forward and not backward, and I keep bringing her up because I feel like she's probably maybe in terms of a product of the liberal, establishment, certainly liberal educational system. I keep bringing up Sarah Kendzior as a very, very prescient figure in our time in terms of warning about like what the Trump operation was going to bring us and the dangers of it and what it represented and danger it posed and still poses now, trying to tell people in 2016, 2017, 2018, what would happen, and people would not listen, would not take action to even, to stop what people knew was going on. I think people,
people took action to stop her, like Pelosi's bots and sort of like attackness on Twitter took action against her.
Yes, but the warning, that if this is not, and one of the things she keeps hammering home is that if there's not accountability, that it's going to continue coming back, and it's going to come back worse and worse and worse. And so what we're seeing right now is we need this moment where we absolutely cannot look backward. We cannot look forward. We've got to look backward and really bring this thing into.
We've got to look forward and backwards.
Well, we're in terms of looking backward, like you don't just let the last 4 or 6 out, it was actually the last several decades that led to this. You don't let that go, obviously. But one of the things
the whole point of the law is related to that you can't move forward unless you look backward factually and hold to account those that would do criminality against other people or against the public interest, or that's the point of having rule of law, is to look backwards in order to move forwards more productively, more safely, more fairly.
Very true. And so out of this, in terms of like what we're already concerned about with not taking the action needs to be taken in terms of this criminality that we're also, is that we're seeing the indicators more and more, unfortunately, that as a result of an event such as Wednesday, that you're going to see, you alluded already to like the Clintons in Oklahoma City and the things that came out as a result of the 1995 Oklahoma City bombing. I'm seeing something that I think is going to be very much like there's going to have to be really, really pushed back against as much as humanly possible, is this effort to actually, are we going to see something where the actual criminals, the actual people who know what they're doing, who are responsible for these, for the moment we're in, actually not held to any sort of accountability? And instead, are we going to see the average everyday supporters, the true believers, the people, and is it going to be instead just something that's used to punish them by labeling them as domestic terrorists and putting in all these draconian legislations? I fear that that's where we might be headed, and that is something that we absolutely cannot, that we absolutely have to really, as strongly as possible, push back against, allowing to happen, because you're seeing that where like, and that's where an example of like the problems with the system that we already have in place is that if this were to come to fruition, is this, and in this moment, we absolutely cannot afford to like allow just the actual operators who have made this moment possible get away while lower level everyday people are held. And look,
Exactly.
I know not everybody who went to DC, these professional operators are not everyday people, but many of the people who go, you still have true believing, well-meaning people who really, and it's a combination of them. And so what's going to happen if this comes to is that like it'll be another element of just dividing and conquering people, whereas you're going to hold the true believers accountable rather than the and that's where you're already starting to see like the people who are, you're starting to see the rearing the ugly head of like bragging about people who are involved in this, cracking down on them. Like we at a high level, we're absolutely going to need true accountability, the actual people responsible for these things, and not just small low level operators who are who have been literally in many ways almost like, I basically consider like what we're seeing right now. I think this is a cult of Donald Trump. I think, I believe, I forget what the phrase is current, cult 45, a play off the malt liquor brand. And like, you are seeing a literal cult of, I believe, millions of people who will, at least rhetorically die for. I mean, it's so sad that it's come to this, but those are not the people that
Trump?
need to be.
Can Trump really? That's who you're gonna
Right.
die for?
Exactly. But those are not the people that need to be held accountable in the aftermath of this. But I'm afraid that like if the trends we're seeing are going to take place, that that is going to be what's cracked down upon and punished, rather than the actual people, while the actual people responsible for this are allowed to continue to go out in the shadows and plot to do it again. I mean,
So correct. And that is, and of course, we should look at who facilitated this, who actually created this. This looks like it does emanate directly out of this sort of grouping around Trump, and we should go look into the details of this. Was facilitated at the highest levels to happen. It wasn't facilitated in order to frame Donald Trump, No, this was.
You mean to tell me the DC police did not just stand by and allow busloads of Antifa to come in and infiltrate the rally and dress up as Trump supporters? Telling me that's not the case. It's good to know.
George Soros and the Chi-Coms brought in Antifa in order to frame Trump supporters as the cult we already knew them to be. I mean, that's what's great. You're right about Sarah Kendzior too. Like, she's light years beyond like people who we thought like were our peers 4 years ago when all this started getting going. Summer of 2016, she was telling people precisely what Donald Trump was going to do to them. He was going to treat basically like the way that they're being treated, like sort of jilted, used and abused lovers, basically. They thought they had something real with Donald Trump. They thought the Q thing was real. And after after this singular event, who knows what comes next? Because maybe some bigger type of event will buoy their faith at some level in a very dangerous fashion. But there is some level of reckoning right now that Kendzior was warning people in the summer of 2016. Yeah. He's going to use you and abuse you exactly like he's done every single other person in his life, including his family, including his wives, but definitely like some low-level schmuck. You're going to become the used and tossed coffee boy. Didn't even know you. Didn't even know him.
What kind of regard does this man and this movement have for you if even his own vice president and nothing is being done to stop his own vice president from calls for his execution that were going on inside the Capitol on Wednesday? I mean, and look, how far be it for me to start feeling sorry for
Mike Pence,
for the Mike Pence's or the Lindsey Grahams of the world. Lindsey Graham just got a big dose of like what he brought about. At the airport for not.
If we don't reject Donald Trump, he'll destroy us, and he should, and we should be destroyed. And now you're getting destroyed at the airport. That's true. And he knows, you can tell he knows that it's total perfect karma for him.
But if this is allowed to happen and even still now, he still won't invoke the 25th Amendment. I mean,
No, but Greg, you are so right about the way the operation that's already going on here to frame the quote unquote low level schmucks really of the con. This is a big level con job, and there's some upper level people that thought they were in on the con and they just end up being the marks. But this sort of the mass of marks, and they're going to get blamed by the incoming Biden administration, and Pelosi's going to try to stand down. If Mike Pence, she's first going to have a conversation with Mike Pence if she can even get him on the phone about the 25th Amendment. No. Sedition is impeachable. It's obviously Trump incited sedition. It's obvious. He appreciated them. He drove the thing to happen. Now, if you really connect the dots, it must be that the people who are getting the intelligence briefings know that his guys, his cell, his Ezra Cohen, Watnick, Chris Miller, Kash Patel cell in the Pentagon facilitated this and were the ones who made sure that the Capitol Police did not have enough backup in order to stop the seditious mob from doing insurrection violently on the Capitol.
And this is Michael Flynn by proxy right here.
That's exactly right. That's exactly. I mean, we are in big days, and and Glenn Greenwald. I understand the wariness about the Twitter shutdown of Trump's account. It's interesting on this video that we were talking about that just happened this evening. Like PBS reported, I almost want to play it because Judy Woodruff sounds exactly like Greg McCarran from the AnteDote in terms of she can't believe she's asking the questions about the nuclear command situation and whether Nancy Pelosi got the assurances from Milley that Trump was not going to fire off any angry nukes and stuff like that. She's like, I can't believe I'm even asking these questions. Very similar to what you're saying, Greg.
Yeah. Do you want to, if you have that clip up, we could play that and then we could get into what we could, like, worst case scenario, and you hope to God it's a worst case scenario and you're simply rhetoric, because I mean, heaven forbid it's not rhetorical, but I'm always of the belief that, like, you cannot dismiss, especially in a situation like right now, you cannot dismiss the worst case scenarios, and there's no worst case scenario than this. And so I think that we can segue into this aspect of the threat we're at the moment, of like the threat we're facing right now.
And Greg, you're so right, and it's the combination of these threats, the domestic and then the international, are both fully on the table. It seems like maybe I sort of trust that. That was a big move for every single living former head of every single former head of the Defense Department?
Defense Secretary, yes.
Oh, it's just the deep state is so concerned about Trump's finally the mass arrests are coming. He's going to tell you the whole truth about Epstein and the Pizzagate and everything. And that's what this is. No, this is basically as corrupt and as criminal as our government has been, as compromised in many ways that it has been, most especially by the foreign government Israel over the years. At the same time, these are people who don't seek total violent domestic sedition and insurrection in Washington, D.C., and they don't seek nuclear exchange or attacks abroad because of to save the current squatter in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. This is serious. This is an obviously serious situation. It doesn't mean that these are our guys or these are good guys, but it means that this is serious. And it is very possible that the fact that this kind of public speech has been happening might be the indicators of the things that are actually going on behind the scenes that made sure that this did not end up in actually pipe bombs going off in the Capitol or Congress people or the vice president actually getting lynched or something even worse potentially, But at the same time, we are still in the place of where they are planning to come again on the 19th. I think there's plans and operations going on in relationship to that. Then there's the inauguration. If we get past the 19th, Trump signaled he's not going to be there. Is that a sitting duck operation? Where is he going to be? Is he going to flee? Is he going to be in Mar-a-Lago? Is he going to be in the UAE and Dubai and Tel Aviv and Moscow? Where's he going to be? He tried to go to Scotland. Scotland turned him back. No,
Yeah.
that's one of the main places he washes his international mob money too, and they weren't even thankful enough to let him fly his plane there. So last thing is, Greg, we are facing this conjunction still of this, what we've been looking at this whole time. That's all still happening. There's still this element in the Middle East. Hopefully some of that is being parsed down and stood down to some level of sanity.
On top of that, though, I did see a report recently. It was from one of the more I believe he's been a reliable breaker of information regarding Israeli information, Barak Ravid in Israel, that Netanyahu right now is scrambling to consolidate individual sole control over Iran policy in Israel. And let's remember, you remember what you pointed out to me about how all of the basically all of the defense and military figures in Israel, with the exception of Netanyahu, just about were almost unanimously against the destruction and ripping up of the Iran deal, among other things as well. So that right there is nothing taken advantage of. Netanyahu, it does actively seem to be taking the effort to consolidate control of Iran policy in this moment. So
yes, and it wasn't. It was Netanyahu's grouping, I think, that were the ones that were.
Netanyahu wasn't the only person, but as far as like the serious defense and military people in Israel, like, were pretty much against these hardline moves with regards to Iran. Yeah,
right. It could have been even something like a similar kind of situation as we just saw with all of the living, Pentagon chiefs come out against the mob boss in chief. And that's obviously what this axis really is. It's not just some kind of, a national alliance. This is a mob. These are mob bosses of some sort who operate in the face of national interest, as if their personal interests, as if their transnational criminal syndicate interest is the national interest in the combination of them as a figure. And this really goes as far, Netanyahu is obviously that kind of figure. Trump is obviously that kind of figure. Orban becomes that kind of figure. Putin's that kind of figure. So this is really what we're looking at here. And so you're right about Israel and Iran, that the move for Netanyahu to basically take over the entire Iran folder, basically, at this moment is very worrisome. Very, very worrisome. So we are at this moment where we have both the threat of the escalation of the domestic, and especially if they're not going to actually follow through with this impeachment that they have to do on Monday. And even that will not necessarily stop these other operations from happening if it were to be successful. But then this question of nuclear abroad and Iran and all of that. So we're facing both of these at the same time. All right. So let's see what Judy Woodruff had to say about this.
We'll play this and then we'll get into why I don't believe that this is just some that this is hyperbolic or anything like that this is very real, and I think we need to take it very seriously. So let's do that.
Okay. Especially in relationship to what we're talking about accountability, especially if we make it through this with at least some of our tails intact, then it's going to come down to, well, is there going to be accountability, and then who is held accountable? Okay, let's see where this is, Greg, and then you tell me whether to back it up or not. And tell me if you can hear this.
Was the end of the Nixon administration.
I can hear it, yes.
Okay.
I believe she's about to mention what we're talking about here.
Okay.
Is extraordinary. So, Nick, are there safeguards in place that would prevent President Trump from ordering a nuclear strike? I mean, are Speaker Pelosi's concerns warranted?
The president has sole authority to launch a nuclear weapon, but there's a debate if there's any way to prevent him from using that authority. The experts who I spoke to who say there are not safeguards describe this scenario. They say the president decides to launch a nuclear weapon against a legitimate military target that's been pre-approved by the lawyers, and the president orders relatively low-level military officers to execute. And then the only thing preventing that launch would be the discretion of those officers who work within a system, frankly, that's built to carry out the president's orders. Other experts I talked to say that scenario is nearly impossible. They say senior military, senior administration officials would be informed long before any launch, and that current senior officials would not authorize to some kind of sudden attack initiated by the president, would find a way to argue that that kind of attack was illegal. And senior national security officials who work for President Trump tell me that President Trump does not want nuclear war or any kind of war, but the experts I speak to do acknowledge that the control of nuclear weapons is designed for the scenario where the president responds to attack, Judy. It is not designed to deal with a president who suddenly wants to launch.
Well, it's a relief to hear you citing what the people around the president are saying, but it is also astonishing that we're even discussing this right now. Nick Schifrin, Lisa Desjardins, thank you both very much.
She, right? You are, Mrs. Gregory McCarran.
And look, and here's my thing about this. I don't believe for a second I believe that is her genuine response to hearing that. I believe that's her authentic response that we're even having this conversation. I think a lot of people, and even in positions like Judy Woodruff's, are like, I even sense among even people like that there's like a genuine, like, I would imagine there's a good amount of genuine just disbelief that we're at a moment where we're actually seriously discussing this stuff. This is, as we were talking about before, there's this, you talk about some of the elements like within the Bush administration where there was this, more covert nuclear threat that was taking place during the really height of trying to push U.S. into a military conflict with Iran, but nothing like this where it's all out in the open. And the other difference is the actual man who's in the White House right now, because George W. Bush didn't have any fanatical dreams of dropping. There was this dynamic was not at play with George W. Bush like it is right now. So do you want to get into some of the reasons why this is something that we need to take seriously, and why it does not just appear to just be hyperbole by a fake news media that's just trying to, a combination of typical hatred of Trump and conservatives, and also trying to concoct whatever reasoning they can to like get Trump out on the latest whatever. Why there's good reason to not consider this, just to take this seriously, as horrifying as it is.
Okay, yeah. Should we deal with maybe we should deal with the Bandy Lee stuff. You want to go into some of the Bandy Lee stuff, Greg, or the psychological and what Pelosi did and all of that, or somewhere else first?
There's a couple of places we could take this, because what this goes back to, what you just mentioned with Bandy Lee on Twitter. You introduced me to her a couple days ago. She has sounded the alarm. People remember back when there was a serious effort to as far as like the mental fitness of Donald Trump as president, and there was a big deal about medical professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists wanting to really making noise about, like, this guy is dangerous as far as like just in terms of his mental fitness to be in this office. He's a loose cannon. He's there was a serious effort to try and get that down. And Bandy Lee, as we're going to get into, specifically cites Nancy Pelosi when Democratic Congress really wanted to bring these medical professionals in to testify in front of Congress, that they were stood down. And so, we're talking about this, the whole idea of Trump being this, like, literally like being capable of where you have to like entertain these scenarios with someone like him. Well, why, if that's the case, were serious people who really wanted to have a conversation about this 4 years ago, not too long after he took office, why were they stood down and stopped from the efforts to really get this out to the people? And look, CNN sound bites questioning Donald Trump's sanity are not what we're talking about here. We're talking about actual serious medical professionals who really wanted to actually have a serious conversation about this in front of Congress. And it appears, if Bandy Lee is correct, that they were stood down and stopped from getting into from being able to do just that.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna tell me if you can see the screen with the tweet on it. No, that didn't work. Sorry. Here we go. Okay. You can see that, yeah?
By the way, you can see her Twitter handle here, Bandy Lee at BandyXLee1, forensic psychiatrist, violence expert, editor of The Dangerous Case of Donald Trump, and president of the World Mental Health Coalition. And see, here's the thing. Why couldn't we be having conversations about the mental health of this man? I mean, because it's like in the midst of like all of the stuff about, the latest thing Donald Trump said, the tabloidiness of the Trump presidency, these are the very real concerns, like at the real root of like what we should have been paying attention to all along that were ignored and downplayed by the tabloid nature of like, which ultimately enabled Trump more than anything else, is the way like his just the tabloid nature surrounding everything at Trump, the scandal and the circus around everything. So this what conversations we should have been having.
It's true, and I'd heard her like on the radio. She was like on like Pacifica Radio at times talking about this for years back, like from very early on. And she seemed highly credible in the way that she talked about this. She was not trying to like, just sort of drag Trump psychologically in the mud. She was describing very specific things that were going to lead and were leading to very dangerous situations for the country. But what I did not know is very recently she started talking about how it wasn't just the some of the media that or the pundits or the sort of Trump protecting media or even the sort of soft Trump protecting media, as we pointed out, in terms of CNN and New York Times and those types that really didn't quite give it a full play. But it was actually the actual people in the government who could have, similarly to the way that Senator Pat Roberts, now gone, replaced by parent seditionist Robert Marshall, Trump seditionist backer Robert Marshall, it could have put on then NSA whistleblower, U.S. Air Force whistleblower Russell Tice about a constitutional accounting for the potential high-level violations of Third and Fourth Amendments. By the way, my wife is on the Third Amendment and explaining why it is the crucial, non-understood, unexplained part of the Bill of Rights and how we need to take it back. But by the way, the issues of the NSA that Russell Tice wanted to deal with, which dealt also with the question of blackmail at high levels, then Senator Obama, Supreme Court justices, exactly the kind of thing that Lynn Wood is going out of his way to try to make sound as crazy as possible, but is very real, these kinds of high-level compromise operations that Russell Tice wanted to do it constitutionally, and then Senator Pat Roberts, the head of the Senate Intelligence Committee, stood him down in a very similar fashion as Nancy Pelosi stood down Bandy Lee. And by the way, I did know that Bandy Lee had said that she was stood down by the head of the American Psychiatric Association, I think, who was the guy at the time. I'd heard about that battle maybe a year ago, I think, but I did not know that it went all the way to the top of Congress. All right, so I'm just going to read this real quickly. It says she's responding to, this is November, like, a couple weeks after the election. Meanwhile, the House isn't using its powers to subpoena, enforce subpoenas, or impeach. And then she says, this feels so close to home. Quote, we could have spoken before Congress on a half dozen different occasions. The speaker didn't want mental health experts for various reasons, unquote. And then someone asks, I'm curious if they ever gave a direct response to you as to why they didn't want mental health experts testifying, or did they just ignore it? And then Bandy Lee responds, once in a very similar situation with Chuck Schumer and a half dozen top experts preparing to appear at a congressional press conference, it was Nancy Pelosi who canceled it without explanation. I do not know why, time after time. And there's another tweet that I saw from her that I can't find where she said, in a similar way that we were talking about Netanyahu and the sort of Iran deal, that at least Netanyahu's clique was they were the severe minority who were basically testifying. Obviously, Netanyahu was the only Israeli expert testifying to Congress in the run-up to the criminal Iraq war, but also this question of the Iran deal and all of that. In this case, Bandy Lee said that it was she says that Nancy Pelosi was the only Democrat that didn't want this to happen. The only Democrat. That suggests something highly, highly criminal and highly suspicious going on at the top levels, that we begin to dig into this background of Nancy Pelosi. Key figure here to begin to really understand. And there's going to need to be accountability, potentially, misprision of sedition, questions of accountability in relationship to Nancy Pelosi. Nancy, that's going to be crucial. Not some guy who like flew in from Montana or something like that. No, Nancy Pelosi and this cell at the head of the Pentagon and Trump. These are the kind of people that we, the American people, need to look to in relationship to truth and accountability. They're always talking about truth and reconciliation commissions. No, we need truth and accountability. Then you can talk about reconciliation in relationship to the mid-level people who went along to get along and stuff like that.
Yeah, take the narrative out of Tucker Carlson's hands and stop with this truth and reconciliation stuff, which he can use to whip his supporters, up into a frenzy about, like, they're coming after you, and take it out of his control and actually do what you're saying, your truth and accountability, and that's what we need. It's so interesting with Pelosi. I'm gonna talk a little bit about her right now because, as we talked about, Pelosi is playing the same role that she played in the George W. Bush administration when she first became Speaker of the House, and she stood down her own Democrats in the House who were wanting to introduce articles of impeachment against Bush. She did the same thing again with Trump. And it turns out that unlike with Bush, there was, I think, a public sentiment that could not be ignored, that there at least had to be something to take place in terms of like an impeachment trial, which ultimately turned out to be a limited hangout and a show trial where ultimately Trump was vindicated. But I mean, there's serious
on some BS Ukraine call scenario rather than like the sedition things, the actual deep compromat, the selling out, the personal selling out, and the influence peddling.
And as Sarah Kendzior has detailed, I mean, Nancy Pelosi did everything in her power to, once she took back control, became Speaker of the House again after the Democrats took the House in 2018, did everything in her power to limit and water down any type of serious impeachment proceedings, while also being out in the public on the record saying he's not worth the time, it's not worth it, and it's all this and that. And so, by the way, she said the same thing about what Trump was doing regarding his election claims, of telegraphing, telling you what was going to be, how they were going to respond to an election loss. He's not worth it. That's been her constant defense is he's not worth it. He's not worth it. He's not worth it.
What she really means is you're not worth it. The United States is not worth it, is what she really means.
And of course,
she said as such. She basically said, "My commitment to Israel, even if the even if the Capitol crumbles into the ground, is it going to happen? Is it going to crumble under the ground under Trump? And is it just not going to be only Israel? Is it going to be other players and stuff like that? And then is it still going to be? Oh yeah, we're still going to aid them if they are involved in this. That's more important." She basically said that.
Yeah. Even if America crumbles, the one thing that will make sure to stay in place will be our support for Israel. I mean, she said that on stage with Haim Saban, basically the Democratic version of Sheldon Adelson. And so, yes, and so and one more thing about Pelosi is that it's interesting. We were going down the road, and we'll have to bring this up again. And we did talk about this in one of our recent programs. And after I'm done talking here, I'll try to pull up the episode and put it in our show notes where we were getting into Pelosi. It's we didn't realize the depth of her connections, and basically, her father was the mayor of Baltimore, Maryland, and a big time player within the Zionist community out in Maryland. Of course, Baltimore being an old outpost of the, a very influential B'nai B'rith outpost going back at least to the mid-19th century. And her father, Thomas D'Alessandro, came out of there as the mayor of Baltimore. Turns out, very similarly to Trump, he has a stadium named after him in Israel. I believe it's the D'Alessandro Soccer Stadium. And so it's very interesting that once again, where Pelosi is even compared to the Chuck Schumers and the Adam Schiffs. And I believe Adam Schiff played a key primary role in limiting the scope of the investigation based on his own loyalties to the state of Israel. But I mean, even more so than them, Pelosi is the person who is the reason I think as much as anybody, the reason that we're not seeing that nothing is happening is because of her. And the fact that even the Democratic House members once again voted for her again. I mean, it's a very disappointing to say the least, but I mean, she is you can't talk about this moment without her central role and of course, even as I said, also as well, going back to Bush, this is not the first time she's done this. And you cannot talk about this moment without her really talking about the role she's played in bringing all of this to fruition and ensuring that nothing is done to actually have any type of action taken.
It's so true. And we'll see. I mean, I wanted to just add one other thing that I was thinking about Baltimore, or two other things, is that, and I think I said this before when we talked about this, is that people were pointing out that in terms of mob operations, very strong mob situation in Baltimore while Pelosi's dad was mayor. Port cities are crucial, whether they're, more and more there's inland port cities, right? That's sort of like the NAFTA superhighway, the I-35 going north up out of the Gulf, I think, up through the heart of the country, through Kansas City, by the way, right? And there's always the questions of, they created actually inland port areas that were based on NAFTA and stuff like that. But in general, back before NAFTA, the port cities, of course, crucial to mob operations. You're trying to move all kinds of black market stuff, tons of drugs. And then when you're talking about the Zionist movement, you're talking about early weapons, right? And weapons that helped found the state of Israel were being run by the mob networks. So of course, that's where you see L.A. L.A. came in serious. That's where Meyer Lansky's guy, Mickey Cohen, running operations, serious Zionist operations in relationship to the Jewish mob in the United States, running it out of a port town like Los Angeles, right? So Baltimore as a port town, crucial in terms of mob operations, but then take it back even 100 years. And when we were talking about the B'nai B'rith operations in relationship to surrounding the Civil War and slavery and abolition, there was a leading Jewish rabbi, I think, named David Einhorn, who was a leader of a Baltimore Jewish community, who was basically chased out of town by the B'nai B'rith set because of his abolitionism, actually, is what it looks like. And, so now I'm sort of coming back full circle to thinking about B'nai B'rith, Monsanto, so we are talking about a long-term, deeply embedded, really violently seditious operation that that the Civil War was a part of, and that the apparent assassination by these similar kinds of circles of forces of then President Lincoln was very likely a part of. So that, and then finally wrapping up in terms of the Pelosi moment, someone like Jimmy Dore is going to be, it'll become very clear where his stand will be, where his principles lay, because he has been leading the way in terms of shaming the squad for backing Pelosi without a trade-off for what at this point would largely probably be a symbolic Medicare for all vote. Putting aside all the questions of the reduction of our quote-unquote healthcare issue with solving it with Medicare for all insurance, without dealing with the whole Monsanto question, the assaults on the human systems over time. Okay, sure, insurance is an important thing. A lot of people go broke on medical insurance issues and not having money to pay for hospital bills in this country. But this is largely a symbolic thing. It could have political consequences for those that support it. It could clarify who supports it, who doesn't. But this is where we will really see where Dore stands in relationship between the squad and Nancy Pelosi. Because, for example, Ilhan Omar, member of the squad who backed Pelosi for the speakership, is now leading the way publicly in pushing the impeachment. This needs to happen now. We don't need Nancy Pelosi talking to Mike Pence and trying to get him on the phone and see what's going to happen with the 25th Amendment before we do our constitutional duty in order to impeach the president for the seditious behavior.
And on
so
that
we'll
note,
see where Jimmy Dore stands in relationship to that whether Jimmy Dore is for accountability for Trump, enough
Let's see if
to take the side of the squad against Pelosi in that case.
Let's see if he's for accountability or if he decides to have a fit because Ilhan Omar mentioned Russia.
Right.
I
Oh,
mean,
right. No, that's a good point because actually, what's interesting is Russia is I don't know if it's mentioned by name, but it's the idea of I think it is mentioned by name, but basically
I believe it
Trump
was
not
mentioned.
acknowledging that Russian intelligence had some role in the United States in terms of our politics and the elections. That him just denying the fact of that is one of the wherefore, I think, or one of the planks of the impeachment document. You're right, Greg. We'll see where that goes. That's a clarifying moment.
Yeah. And as far as Pelosi waiting to talk to Mike Pence about it, I mean, I think she knows at this point that, like, Pence, like, the reports are still coming out. Pence will not even contemplate using 25th Amendment. The Republicans, as much as they're supposedly angry about like what Trump has done, I think this has been a bridge too far for most of the Republicans in terms of still actively supporting the attempts to overturn the election results. But by and large, I mean, you've still got Kevin McCarthy and Mitch McConnell and these people, Lindsey Graham. I mean, they still don't want, they're not going to push it. They want to let Trump sit it out and move on. And so that's their state. And Nancy, by still trying to appeal to them, like it seems to me like, I think based on her history, like a strong case could be made for deliberate stalling out while the rest of her party is saying, hey, let's do this now.
Oh, yeah. And we will see. I mean, I can see that there is a strong, high-level establishment desire to figure out how to deal with all of this by figuring out some kind of detente with Trump, and that's what Mike Pence represents. Basically, the threat of the 25th Amendment. He's going to withhold that threat from Trump if they can extract a bargain from Trump to not do more mass sedition and not launch nukes or something like that, basically, and just like maybe let him leave or something. It's not clear how this is all. We're now really getting into this situation that like some of these FBI, with Frank Figliuzzi, this sort of former FBI guy, talks about how this is beginning to look like a hostage situation, or a standoff, like an armed standoff with someone who's boarded up in a house and something like that. And that's the way Trump is acting at some level. But of course, it's much bigger than Trump. And so there's these networks that are representing serious threats here. So we will see whether, they are successful in doing their little dirty establishment deal to basically try to withhold the consequences of impeaching Trump, which is very mild at some level at this point, right? I mean, maybe it's not that mild. If he's successfully impeached, it probably does. At the very least, he can't run again for president for sure. He doesn't get Secret Service protection. I don't think he doesn't get $1 million costs. It's big consequences at some level in terms of the difference between Trump continuing on as normal and continuing to be some kind of political figure who could make a comeback or something like that. So you could imagine in that kind of situation, he'd then be totally vulnerable to actual criminal charges, either at the federal level or at the New York State level by the Attorney General. And so you can imagine he would want to abandoned. Now there is chatter passed via alleged Russian sources by the editorial leaders at Veterans Today that basically say that Trump it has a very lush plush apartment plant house lined up in Moscow. Apparently he was looking for other places first, but like we pointed out, Scotland rejected him, the other places. And a lot of this has to do with extradition treaties and all of that. So Israel, obviously, a sort of worth a look, but, home to Mother Russia. I don't know.
Maybe Trump can run for prime minister, and he said he'd get 98% of the vote, heaven forbid, in Israel.
Oh, in Israel, he should run against Bibi, dude. Bibi ultimately, I didn't even know him. Maybe at the last moment, he went with Sleepy Joe, who didn't even really have be in the middle of COVID. He didn't even have big rallies.
You notice it's very interesting, though. Trump, he always as much as like it's very interesting, as much as he always like goes against people who he feels of like aren't loyal to him, he has never said a cross word about either Putin or Netanyahu publicly.
No, he's come close. He's edged it with BB. Like you can see these little
He
things where
hasn't, though. He hasn't, though. He still refrains.
No, he's definitely never said a negative word. You can tell that he sort of tries to like show himself to be top dog a little bit more sometimes, or like he brags a little bit too much with BB. Oh, that you remember that point? The biggest tell was that point on the phone when he realized that BB was going to sell him out potentially, like Trump sells everybody out, whether it's his country or his son probably, or his sister, or the union workers, the non-unionized workers who did work for him on the Trump properties, and then he stiffed them, or whoever.
Or encouraging his cult followers to go into the Capitol and chant for his own vice president, who's been loyal to him every step of the way, to be executed. I mean,
look, Mike had a chance to do the sedition. He had the right to do the sedition. Constitution. People are saying, Article 2 gives me the power to tell Mike Pence to do the sedition. He didn't do it. I'm not saying that Mike Pence should be lynched and hung from a tree on the East Lawn, but I'm not saying that.
And it's interesting. People wanted to deny what he said on the phone to Raffensperger, and that basically that shakedown, mob threat. Basically, you do this for me, or else we'll destroy you. I mean, what he said with the speech, the portions where he talked about Pence in that speech that he made in front of the crowd before the storming of the Capitol was basically, that was on video. Trump doing that was a video version of like what this man's done his whole entire life, where like he's basically telling Mike Pence basically do this or else. I mean, so.
I'm really hoping Mike's gonna do the right thing. I really hope, But if he doesn't, you got to fight for it,
And far be it to feel bad for Mike Pence of all people, but I mean, like, this is scary. The level of like the way like they're turning against their own like this is not something to take even the slightest semblance of like any type of like happiness in. I mean, this is really, just it's in a way it's terrifying, the level of like the way like the way it is turned in this direction. I mean, it's really, really bad. And another thing we better be, oh man, I mean, we also cannot take, if we're looking at worst case scenarios, we cannot take like violence against public officials out of the equation. I mean, and so
this is
a lot of things
crazy
taken out of the equation. So it's just
no, it's obviously there's indications. There was multiple Black Ops teams amongst the general insurrectionists, basically going into the Capitol, and there were, of course, there's this question of real security, computer stuff, but there was a Black Ops team that looked like it was leading the charge in terms of they were going to do the trials. Those may have been symbols, the nooses that they set up on the outside of the U.S. Capitol, but they were intended. A lot of people expressed intent, and went in there with the kind of tools to be able to do that. So yeah. And one other thing I thought of when you talked about the was it Raffensperger? What's the guy's name?
Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State of Georgia, who now God, I don't even want to talk about the absurdity of like the things that are, that whole narrative of Kemp and Raffensperger, but yes, Secretary of State of Georgia. Yeah.
And it was talked about, what's his name commented on it. The former apprentice handler,
Noel Kassler.
He said that so much effort had been put in over all of these years to make sure that you never really heard the full audio of Trump the way he actually talks regularly as a mob boss. And it's very clear he's well practiced. He's obviously, he's had long-term interface with elements of the FBI. Of course, he's worked with the transnational criminal syndicates. He knows how to talk in a way that is very easily understood, but it does not. He can sort of shimmy out of it, like he did his Ukraine call, and he thinks he could do with this call. But the criminal intent is obvious.
And I mean, this is another one of like I still continue to be, not surprised, but amazed nonetheless at like the depths of how bad this thing is, because like as as sick and as narcissistic and as sociopathic and as much of a sick sociopathic narcissistic monster people believe Donald Trump is, he's that much more of a sick sociopathic narcissistic monster than we know he is. And that it's like the combination of things like what, Castler, by the way, people go follow at Castler Noel on Twitter for some really serious takes from an insider who saw the way this man operates and saw his family for what it is through The Apprentice and the relationship.
One of the most crucial Trump whistleblowers of the years,
yes,
basically.
I agree. Yes. And go listen to his interviews that he's done on Narrative Live, on the John Melendez Stuttering John podcast. Really, I mean, Noel Castler really is but I mean, the combination of what he's brought out about Trump and all the things related to his addictions and the way, and combined with the Apprentice tapes that have never been released that Mark Burnett is still sitting on, and there's been a concerted effort still to this day, despite all as bad.
Was Mark Burnett going to make the show with Putin? Was that happening?
It was yes, there was a pilot. I believe it was supposed to center around the Russian SpaceX program, and it was going to be a reality show with that was going to feature Putin in a very prominent role. And I don't believe it ended up coming to fruition. But the fact that was even bandied about, I mean, when you consider,
okay, sorry to interrupt you. I just thought of that, Greg.
That's okay. No problem. But of course, The Apprentice, and of course, that's a combination of Mark Burnett and Jeff Zucker, head of NBC Entertainment Division at NBC Universal, who becomes the head of CNN.
Never heard of him. All I know of is Anderson Cooper. Is he related to Anderson Cooper?
And Brian Stelter's the demon, right?
Yeah. Gosh.
No, but without that, I mean, that was the vehicle for the image to be painted in the people's minds that made it possible for this previously failed, not successful, repeatedly failed pseudo businessman in New York City to
pseudo businessman. That's right.
Yeah, to become the populist figure that ultimately stormed into the office of the presidency on a fit of populist rage, or whatever Steve Bannon calls it. But I mean, without that, you don't have this. And the fact that like the worst of this man is still unknown to pretty much all of us. I don't think we know. I still don't think we have any understanding of like the depths of just how bad this whole thing is. And I think we would be. And so that's my suspicion at this point. I strongly suspect that. And as bad as people think it is, it's way worse. And there's a lot of things we don't know about. And it's basically the worst of everything we were warned about would happen from the conspiracy movement over the past several decades is coming to fruition now. And the people who warned us, who were the loudest in saying what was going to happen, have been the propagandists in bringing it about.
Yep. All right. Look, Greg, can I go through a few more of these Twitter threads that deal with some of the dynamics, the facts about the I don't even know what to call it, the Capitol Hill putsch. Yeah,
let's do it.
All right. So here's you can't see that yet, right? I didn't switch it over yet.
It's minimized. You haven't maximized it yet.
I see. Okay, hold on. Okay, there, right? You can see that now?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I don't know who this is, Dr. Kate Antonova. Now I'm hearing the Pentagon was, quote, unavailable for hours on the 6th. This was a coordinated coup, far more so than the Soviet 91 putsch. I don't even know how to say that word. I've been saying it for a few weeks, but I don't know. Putsch. I think it's putsch.
I've heard it pronounced putsch, like the beer hall putsch in Germany.
Why you have to bring Hitler into this, Greg? Okay. All right. For example, and now I'm wondering if it didn't reach its targets because it's practice for the 20th when Biden and Harris are the targets. That there was so little violence is striking considering how these guys operate, and that it was so easy to get the key people out with only partial support of the Capitol Police. IEDs there, but conveniently none went off. Come the fuck on. To be clear, I was worried they'd assassinate Obama. Oh, you mean like the guy from the Atlanta Constitution Journal or whatever basically called on Israel to assassinate the American president in the open, it seemed like? Didn't he call on Mossad to assassinate Obama? The guy?
Yes, it was Andrew Adler, the publisher of the Atlanta Jewish Times.
Oh, the Atlanta Jewish Times?
Yes. This was January of 2012.
Holy smokes, dude.
He published a column suggesting that Israel should assassinate Obama.
Oh my God. This woman, she's hyperventilating. Obama, he was just a deep state tool. They were protecting him the whole time. Bibi loved him. Israel loved Obama. Okay, to be clear, I was worried they'd assassinate Obama, but the Secret Service did a great job. I also know these people have always been wanting this. They're armed, organized, empowered, have seen no consequences, and many put in actual power by 45 feel like it could actually happen. Okay. All right, that's one piece there. All right, this is back to the nuclear thing. I'm not going to play this, I don't think, right now, unless you want me to. It takes me 3 minutes to explain exactly step by step what would happen if the president decided to exercise his unchecked power to order a nuclear strike. The launch itself could happen in as little as 5 minutes. It's madness. No first use. I do want to just touch back on that because I forgot to say that what was explained to Judy Woodruff, although it gave her a little bit of a moment of a little bit relief in, that the combination that Trump's people were saying, I really don't want to do the nukes. It's not first on my list. I hope Mike Pence will do the right thing. So that sort of gave her a little bit of thing. But the other part of it, right, was that it couldn't be proactive. For sure, if the president basically just was like, go nuke Gaza right now just for no reason, they would probably not do it. But like the guy pointed out, there are targets that are selected. Obviously, some of the targets are selected in Iran. They've had B-52 bombers, to the kind that have nukes on them, flying all around Iran, for weeks now, and really focused in that way. Obviously, there's nuclear targeting in Iran. So what the guy actually described in terms of his journalism around don't worry, the nuclear command staff is okay, Milley promised us, maybe there's something that they're not saying. I imagine that might be the case, that Milley probably has some kind of plan in relationship to these selected targets too, possibly. But we haven't heard anything about that. But meanwhile, the way it's set up is the president if something happens, remember his partners in this crime, Netanyahu, Putin, these aren't little lightweights. These guys can create the actions or the events that the quote unquote president of the United States can respond to, right? I mean, then all you have is a responsive action. The target's already there, and then it's Trump basically talking to some kind of a mid-level Army operator or Air Force operator or something like that, Stratcom operator, and who would have to just sort of have deep conscience and deep courage in the moment to go against that chain of command, and especially if there's an action, then it will be seen as appropriate. Now, everything will be suspicious, but things could move very quickly. So it doesn't, the public consequence or the Congress's suspicion of some kind of action that Trump is allegedly, responding to, that kind of stuff is still on the table. I cannot conceive of how much tension there probably is at the highest levels of the command structures inside the American military at this point. It's probably almost overwhelming, especially since you then have this parallel cell operation that just did the putsch, right? So let's actually let me play this, Greg. Is that okay?
Yes, that sounds good. Go for it.
Okay, can you see it? Can you see it still?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay. All right, here we go. All right, full screen here.
Every American president, Republican or Democrat, is handed the keys to thousands of nuclear weapons. It's enough firepower to end life on Earth as we know it. The decision to use those weapons is the president's alone, and the process for launching them can happen in as little as 5 minutes. In these times when our world seems to get turned upside down every day, The president's sole authority is really something we need to pay attention to. People always tell me this can't be how it works. They need to believe that someone, the defense secretary, the joint chiefs, or a general somewhere, surely, has to sign off. Allow me to burst that precious bubble. Everywhere the president goes, a locked briefcase follows. Inside it is everything they need to kick off Armageddon. At any moment, the president can open it up, flip through a little menu of strike options, pick up the phone, and tell the Pentagon to light him up. It's as easy as ordering a pizza. The officer in charge of the National Military Command Center, they call it the War Room, who might be as low-ranking as a colonel, will be on the other end of that line. A small group of senior advisors and commanders may or may not be patched in, depending on their availability. This is the part where people assume somebody has to agree with the president, but it's just not true. The only check on this power happens when the War Room officer reads a challenge code, and the president reads the matching response on a little card they carry with them everywhere. If they match, that's it, it's go time. People in the chain of command might technically be able to refuse an illegal order, but a verified order is presumed to be legal, and the pressure to obey it will be massive. So the president's order speeds through the system, encrypted in a message half the length of a tweet. In just minutes, 5 launch crews with 2 officers each, spread miles apart underground in the Midwest and overseeing 50 missile squadrons, receive these orders. The 20-something-year-old officers get the order and make sure the War Room's codes match the ones they keep locked in their safes. If they do, they unlock the missiles and target them. A launch key is inserted, and then 3 cooperative launch switches are flipped by 2 officers. To proceed with the launch, just 2 of these 5 crews have to flip their switches. To block the launch, 4 of the 5 crews would need to refuse to obey what seems like a legitimate order from their commander-in-chief without the benefit of any outside information. If that's where you pin your hopes for all of human civilization, good f***ing luck with that. When the switches are flipped, the nuclear weapons will launch instantly. The whole process, from the president opening the briefcase to planet-breaking missiles climbing into the sky, can take as little as 5 minutes. There are no takebacks. No way to stop or cancel a missile once it's launched. They'll completely obliterate target cities in 30 minutes or less. Millions of people will be dead faster than Domino's can get there with your pizza. This is how it works. This is the power we give to every American president. At the heart of our democracy is an undemocratic nuclear monarchy that holds the whole world hostage to one person's decision-making. The future of everything we love rests on one person's sound mind, good judgment, and emotional stability. We have to just trust that the president won't one day decide to start a nuclear war over an insulting tweet, fake news, bad intel, or a false alarm. The sole authority to start a nuclear war is too much power for any one person to have, no matter who's in charge.
Okay. All right. So that's from Global Zero, right? So there's policy proposals behind that. It's definitely an issue that we need to deal with, including, but also beyond Trump, if and when we get there, and
watching, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Just watching that, it reminded me of, I forgot about Trump threatening. I forgot about Trump's combination of bragging about and threatening North Korea with our own nuclear. And I've got my own nuclear button, and this is another example of why this stuff is not a joke to be just dismissed or thinking like people are exaggerating about this, because the precedent is there, the rhetoric, and so far, thank God it's been rhetoric, but still it's this type of quality from a person who if in this moment, it's if the worst of what we're led to believe is true about there is this extreme narcissism inside of this man, extreme and also a nihilism and a disregard for human life that do you still that we could maybe pull up and talk about more here in a moment. It's just something that is just not, that cannot be completely or entirely just, it cannot, we cannot dismiss this this man still having his hands on these structures, and it's just completely wild that we're talking about. But we are talking about it, and that's the time we're in, and it's just this is the heaven forbid. We better hope and pray that this is just talk. Because God forbid, but
well, and also that they're really, I can imagine an intervention at the level of the of a milli in terms of these types of situations where word is put out to, because of course there's a commander in chief, but meanwhile, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff is the acting commander, right? At some level in terms of the policy, the sort of the policy being spread. So, let's hope that there's some sanity. It is the case that these kinds of things were close to happening in terms of nuclear exchanges. And there were moments where this kind of thing could have happened at multiple points in the 20th century. And they didn't. Human beings made decisions. And lots of real dicey situations. So at the same time as we're dealing with whether we're going to make it through this Trump shit without an escalation both and or domestically and or internationally, we then have to think about how are we going to deal with the next generation of global weaponry, which is cyber weaponry, which includes everything from the rise of AI to the question of our technology, who owns it, who's using it for data, who owns our digital identities, all the way through to kill switch diplomacy and inserted backdoors and the ability to turn off power grids. And of course, they worked on things like, I believe they're in like neutron bombs, where it is not as it's mainly destructive to human life and not to infrastructure in many ways, right? And that's sort of similar to what the new era of cyber weaponry, where you can turn off a whole region's power grid potentially. You end up killing people, millions of people very quickly, but you didn't blow up any buildings, and the infrastructure is still there for you to do what you're going to do with it. Take it over, weaken countries or whatever, So we have to deal with both the end of the nuclear age while we're dealing with the rise of the cyber age. And so we need serious, real patriots in this country and beyond. And we need visionaries to step into the fold about how we are actually going to internationally de-escalate these situations and create real rule of law, and including the resurrection and the restoration and the reinvigoration here in the United States of our own law, our own constitutional law, our own republic based on natural law, on the rights, the inherent rights of the individual, and then deemed down to the public sector and the government to protect the rights of all of us. And then underneath that is the corporate sector and the realm of organized business and all of that. This is a hierarchy of sovereignty. This is one of the ideas that I've been working on over many, many years. And I want to begin to talk about and work on how we are going to put these kinds of, I believe, correct concepts that are fully in line and help us actually understand our actual indigenous political tradition in this country and actually apply them into political solutions. And they could be scaled up and or down: local, city, county, state, region, country, and then internationally too, And so this is the time we're getting it's a gut check time. It's gut check time. And the question of whether we're going to go when it's go time, it's obviously been go time, but do we have an actual plan? Do we have our wits about us? Do we know what's happening? Do we know the dangers? And then what do we actually propose for solutions? And obviously politics are at the top of some of our problems. It's almost never really talked about. You talk about economics, you can talk about ecology, but meanwhile, politics is what has created a lot of this kind of craziness, where you get the craziness and the most corrupt, a kakistocracy, basically, of the most corrupt are ruling, rather than the best amongst us being authentic indigenous leadership of example of speech and act, basically. So, all right, Greg. Okay, let's go. Can I go through a few more of these?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let me see. Let me switch to that. All right. Here's Jim Borg. Don't know who that is. I heard at least 3 different rioters at the Capitol say that they hope to find Vice President Mike Pence and execute him by hanging him from a Capitol Hill tree as a traitor. It was a common line being repeated. Many more were just talking about how the VP should be executed. Oh, I see. So there's like different, these are very specific. These people had specific articulated intent to lynch the vice president. Then other people believe they're just someone should execute him. And then this is in response to Andrew Feinberg talking about there are multiple photographs of pro-Trump rioters carrying law enforcement style flex cuffs. Rioters went looking for VP Speaker Pelosi, Senator Schumer. It raises the question of whether there was an organized plan to take hostages. And sure, you could imagine that this is all just framing, and these were all operations to just sort of frame, the Trump supporters or the eventual target of the escalated terrorism laws. That's a possibility. But this is something bigger than that, it looks like, because we are dealing with, there's such big moves that have already happened that it looks like we actually are dealing with something more in line, I think, with what that other previous thread that we read of, was this actually practice potentially for something bigger, to see what it would look like. And people point out that a lot of coups that are run, you do a soft test first. And like you pointed out, Greg, what was that 91 Soviet putsch? That's in Robert Maxwell's wheelhouse.
Yeah, and it's interesting that it's after, and I don't know if they're even interconnected, but it is interesting that you're seeing something like this happen under Trump with all the Trump, Maxwell, Epstein. And ironically, notice I don't say Clinton, Maxwell, Epstein, but I'm saying, that now with, and by the way, we still have to wonder, speaking of Maxwell, will Donald Trump pardon Robert's daughter on the way out? Who knows? But who the hell knows? But I mean, it's, but yeah, Maxwell in 91, Soviet Union to Trump in 2020. I don't know. It's a product. Ultimately, I think it's products of the same type of global interests that are obviously at the center of the intrigue.
Oh, for sure. And you remember we were talking about too, about in the run up to Ghislaine Maxwell's arrest, there was this yacht off the coast there of, was it maybe New Hampshire, northern Massachusetts, something like that. I can't remember whose yacht it was. Do you remember that, Greg? Do you remember whose yacht that was?
I'm looking back at it right now.
Okay.
Hold on, give me a moment. We can keep talking and I'll try to pull that up here.
Okay, and so then also what's interesting is then someone was pointing out that another Russian oligarch's yacht
Alexander Mashkevich.
Oh, Mashkevich, right? Mashkevich.
Yes, Alexander Mashkevich, yes.
Wasn't he the one who was deeply involved in Trump Toronto? I think so. I think he's like at the epicenter of like the guys who did the 1995 Mogilevich Tel Aviv meeting. I think Alexander Mashkevich. I'm almost positive. Trump Toronto, Mogilevich.
Give me a moment. I'll get the information.
Okay.
Just give me a minute.
And then, Greg, someone else was talking about recently how that another Russian oligarch's yacht wasn't it a yacht or was it a plane that was very present in terms of down in Florida?
Oh, it was. I believe it was. It was
Agalarov. No.
Yes, Aras Agalarov. Yes, I believe it was brought up on the most recent narrative live stream by Lincoln's Bible that Aras Agalarov's jet was seen was in the States, I believe, on either the 5th or the 6th. So I mean, this is the first time since Agalarov was implicated in the since the Mueller probe that Agalarov had been in the States, or at least his jet had been in the States. So.
All right, thank you. All right, so I can imagine that. Who knows what's going on here? Yachts yachts play a big role in this whole operation. I mean, even Maxwell, quote unquote, loses his life on his yacht. Supposedly, maybe it's true. I don't know. But yachts, this is where the transnational oligarchs, where they meet with the transnational crime syndicates, meet. Over and over throughout this whole thing. That's what we learned, right? And so I can imagine another kind of situation. Trump just goes down to Mar-a-Lago, and then it's basically onto a yacht and we never hear from him again or something like that. That's another possibility. That would be the soft de-escalation, sail off into the sunset or something like that. And maybe he does. Maybe he's all hooked up in Russia potentially. Very possible. I guess is Aaron Mate still going to say that Russiagate is a nothing burger if Trump ends up in Mother Russia on a Russian oligarch's yacht? I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I mean, it sounds crazy to me that I sort of, but there's sort of like the insurrection at the Capitol with the nooses hung on the lawn. That sounded sort of crazy too, just a few days ago, just over the weekend. You would put that up there and be like, oh, maybe. I mean, it's plausible, but really? So who knows, dude?
Right. And that's the crazy thing about it is one of the many crazy things about it, who knows that we don't know. I mean, I don't think we've ever had a situation before where we've had a transition where like you just, where you can have less than zero certainty that there's going to be anything outside of just complete chaos in the midst of a transition period. Even with the Reagan-Carter transition, that was behind the scenes. That was behind the scenes. Although who knows? I mean, obviously that was behind the scenes. String pulling and twisting of arms and manipulations going on. But like as far as like anything like outside of like a chaos, like we have zero certainty of anything other than absolute chaos in this period, and I think that's unprecedented, at least in our modern history.
Yep. Oh my gosh, and we still haven't even now that we're going to have to deal with like the pandemic and the COVID implications. Very soon we got to deal with that too.
I'm posting a link to Alexander Mashkevich's Wikipedia profile into our live show notes, and I'm trying to pull up I've got the show where we covered the Maxwell arrest and where we talked about Mashkevich, and I'm looking for the other useful, notable information on Mashkevich. It may not have been Trump Toronto, but it was he's in with the types of people who were definitely involved in those types of businesses and in that type of, and certainly in that same interrelated milieu on a global basis. So
yeah, I'm trying to think about if I have a book that references him. I'm not sure he's in Red Mafia, but I'm looking in Robert Maxwell, Israel Super Spy, for Maxwell and the basic details of Maxwell and the putsch and all of that. I can't remember what they were actually. Oh yeah, it was at the. Let me see here. 101. Let's see here.
Oh, Mashkevich was involved on the yacht party where I believe it was Tevfik Arif and others were arrested in Turkey in 2011.
Oh yeah, definitely.
He's in that whole. And by the way, here's I'm going to also link to the article, to this article from Ynet News regarding that Turkish yacht, and then also the article from the Committee to Investigate Russia on Alexander Mashkevich. So
okay, cool.
All right, so did we want to move into more of these postings regarding the operation on the 6th? And
sure, yeah.
And I'll continue posting links into our show notes.
Okay, cool. All right, I can't find the part in this book that I'm thinking about in terms of the 91 and all of that. And when was didn't Maxwell die that year? When was Maxwell die? I think right around then.
Maxwell died in November of 1991, and remember he was he was standing on his yacht and then just he fell over. Wasn't that the official story?
Yeah.
And then, of course, as a result of that, he was given the official state funeral at the Mount of Olives in Israel. So, and I believe a lot of influential people attended his funeral.
Okay, so here, this is an interesting thread, and I'll include all of these links too. I'll send them to you, Greg, and you can post them into the maybe the description of this show after we're done and it loads and everything like that. Maybe tomorrow or something.
Yes, I'll be able to do that probably tomorrow evening. But definitely, we'll get those notes up, and we'll have a pinned comment on our show, on our thread with many of the links that we've been linking to and mentioning during the course of this stream.
Okay, great. Okay, this is Diala Shamas, a thread. I've represented people the government views as quote unquote terrorists. Here's an incomplete set of reasons why calling yesterday quote unquote terrorism is not a good idea. If the goal is to trigger accountability, the DOJ has plenty of tools to investigate, prosecute, or otherwise hold accountable those who conspired to break the laundry list of laws that were broken yesterday. I'll let those more prosecutorially minded list them out. The government regularly prosecutes activities it labels terrorism without ever actually charging a crime of terrorism. On the flip side, it charges not actually dangerous, but marginalized people with terrorism-related crimes all the time. While the hat tip to Tariq Ismail for work on that report. While there, note how when they set their minds to it, FBI, DOJ have manufactured quote-unquote terrorists, deploying informants, entrapment, and the like, not just in Muslim communities, also Black liberation and other movements portrayed as terrorists, which would also include, some of the white, constitutional movements, libertarian movements, militia movements who are not terrorists. They are also increasingly going to be painted with this too.
Let's remember the precedence for this was the 2009 MIAC report based out of my home state of Missouri. I actually knew some of the people who really were instrumental in going
who
to
got
Jefferson
the document, right?
Yes. People from the 2008 Ron Paul campaign who I knew on a personal basis for at least for a while. But that whole thing, remember what that laid out? It was the specific terrorist threat of supporters of the Ron Paul presidential campaign or of third party candidates in the 2008 election, people who had maybe watched the film America, Freedom to Fascism, had certain types of bumper stickers on their vehicles. So yeah, that would be the precedent types. And if our fears of like what could come out of that now, like what we could see as a result of whatever the hell is still coming down the horizon potentially would be that on steroids perhaps. So
and it's interesting, while I was seeking documents in our case, I think it was maybe on the defensive side that I was trying to get documents out of this fusion center, the one where the detective worked at in Kansas City, which is different than the MIAC one that you're talking about, which is more on the eastern side of the state. And these are sort of regionalized, right? So the Kansas City one includes a sort of bunch of counties surrounding it. I haven't yet got any documents out of there. I got some documents out of the police department. But while I was, looking for what I was trying to find to just show my lawyers what we were looking for, found, document about, and it's actually out of Columbus, I think, Columbus, Ohio Fusion Center, that has a 9/11 conspiracy theory. As they don't say, that these are terrorists, but they say this could be an indicator that someone could be we should keep an eye on them and could lead towards terrorism, questioning the U.S. government and, in relationship to 9/11. It didn't mention Israel specifically at that time. But I did see that document. And of course that is, think about, we haven't talked about Nashville, Christmas Day, the Nashville bombing, big bombing, for some homegrown bomb. And then of course it's then he's a conspiracy theorist and it's reptiles and all of that. But meanwhile, the location, it's some kind of AT&T switching key data center, and communications in the entire region are affected for more than half a day, it looks like, after the bombing. So there's something strange going on with that. And remember, looks like a follow-up to what we took note of at the time too, in terms of the ad that was taken out in the newspaper, right, about the that Islam is going to nuke Nashville, right? Isn't that what it was? Islam is going to nuke Nashville. An ad that was taken out some point in the past there. So there's indicators that this is that it's what you're talking about in terms of the background of the MIAC report, and then how this will then be amplified by this insurrection, no matter how it's whether what level it's held to account or not. We know for sure they're going to escalate against the conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, the full page ad was in the Nashville, Tennessee newspaper back in June about Islam basically dropping a bomb in Nashville. So that's what you're referring to from June of this past year.
And it's interesting because the resonance, thank you, Greg, for that. And the resonance of it in terms of the communications going down is exactly the kind of stuff that we were talking about, how the Frank Gaffney types and the Committee for the Present Danger types and really dark neocon types have been talking about in terms of the EMP weapons and all that, and knowing what we know now in terms of the cyber backdoors and the cyber warfare and all of that kind of stuff, then there is some resonance there in terms of this bombing in downtown Nashville, taking down communications in relationship to what all of these people are always threatening. So, okay. All right. I might not go through this whole thread. I will include this thread. And then one thing I did want to mention was that the nomination of Merrick Garland by Biden to be the Attorney General is a very specific indicator. And at first I saw it mainly as sort of like the combination of like a troll, like a Biden troll at some level, right? In terms of the middle finger to Mitch McConnell in relationship to Obama and Merrick Garland and the Supreme Court and all of that, while also stimulating his sort of establishment liberal base by stick it to him, Joe, we're getting our guy in there and now he'll hold them to account. But what I did not realize, and people started pointing this out, that the background of Merrick Garland, he's a judge. He's, I think he's been an appellate judge. I can't remember what positions he's had, but I've seen him, some of these videos where they do the sort of the theatrical appeals courts, the moot courts, and all of that. And he's, he seems fairly balanced and reasoned in a certain way. But what people are pointing out is that he has a strong history of coming down on the side of police and the police state a lot. So not a civil libertarian, and so that's crucial here, I think.
If it means anything, whatever this means, Lindsey Graham has come out and said that this is a solid pick for Attorney General. So maybe that's a combination. That could mean a combination. That could also mean that some of the deep criminal elements that have been likely responsible for the way Lindsey Graham perhaps has been behaving during the Trump administration, and all that implicates at a deeper level, might be comfortable with this call, and that's something to look out for as well.
They know that they're safe with this call. Yeah, and it has that feel, really. Like for example, Sally Yates, she actually knows where some of the bodies were buried. Right. She was the one who was trying to be the good faith actor and warning Trump about Michael Flynn, and how Michael Flynn was just openly compromised because he was saying different things in private than he was in public. Just at that level, let alone all these other levels we know about his, going to Russia, the GRU, his relationship with the Turkish intelligence, Israeli intelligence, NSO group, let alone his whole history. And then, by the way, he just did that interview with Alex Jones, Greg.
Yes. It's very interesting that Alex Jones is taking credit he paid $500,000 and basically taking credit for the event and all that money. Plus, he also mentioned getting money from outside sources. I wonder what kind of outside sources would would contribute to that. And then if that's the case and that's true, and then Jones interviews Flynn, who basically ignored him during that Jericho march. I don't know. I mean, it's very interesting that the timing of,
Yes.
I don't know if there's anything to that, but potential timing of Jones interviewing Michael Flynn, where, by the way, Michael Flynn takes the long history of like real election fraud via the ES&S voting machines, ES&S systems.
First time, by the way, that anybody in this crew even mentioned ES&S. First time.
He seamlessly ties it in with Dominion voting systems in China with no context or attempt to even begin, like, just throws it out there.
He said Italy stole the election. Everybody stole the election except Israel, basically.
Everybody's, yeah.
And Russia. I don't know if he mentioned Russia.
Well, in their milieu, everybody except, although Russia can be used like to blame.
Yeah,
like Russia can use the bad jack at the left, but only in terms of like the deep state demon rats, but definitely not Israel. I mean,
and he also go for it, Greg.
And it still goes back to what Seth Abramson had pointed out about a month or so ago when Michael Flynn directly talks about like the foreign, being in contact with these foreign powers regarding the election aftermath on, I believe it was the Lou Dobbs show about a month ago, and he did his big exclusive interview with Lou Dobbs. So we'll have to go back to that, and perhaps I might go back to that and put that in our show notes as well. The Michael Flynn Lou Dobbs interview where he talks about, and Seth Abramson openly asked, was it Israel he's in contact with? I mean, it sounds like it. So
it's interesting. And in the middle of that interview too, he lets loose that.
Oh, this is the Alex Jones interview you're referring to.
Yeah. The back to the Alex Jones interview that he Flynn, he's like, I've done takeovers in other countries, for example, and he named Central America. It wasn't just one country; it was basically Central America. He helped take over, basically. And then what else did he say? Oh, and then he sort of did a whole COVID shtick at the end. COVID sort of little.
Oh yeah. He played into the fear of the evil masks and all that. And
face diapers are the Antichrist riff.
It was an all over the spectrum. Like pretty much touched all the buzz points.
Oh yeah, it reminded me.
So one more thing,
going
back to Sally Yates, and when the whole Sally Yates saga took place right at the very beginning of the administration, I wasn't in a position to like be able to analyze something like that because I hadn't gotten to that level of like mindset yet. But I remember it was the first big like crisis of the Trump administration was I believe they called it like, it was like a Monday night massacre or something is what it was referred to at the time. And Sally Yates was basically forced out as the acting attorney general over Flynn. So it's very interesting why you have like this, Flynn was punished and betrayed by Trump. Meanwhile, the administration made sure they took immediate action against the person who was really at the center of like right there involved in like the key player in terms of like outing what the hell was going on with the whole Flynn operation right there within the Department of Justice. So think about that as well. So I mean, Sally Yates, I still haven't looked closely at her, was really the very first casualty of the Trump administration.
And then what's interesting too is then Comey has recently come out with an article articulating why Trump should not be prosecuted, and Sarah Kendzior actually, I don't know if I have that pulled. I do have that pulled up. Let's look at that, Craig. Actually, I want to just look at that, and I can imagine another potential explanation of this, but this seems very likely to me. Actually, I mean, I can imagine that people like Comey who are real close know how bad it is with Trump, that they want to, at the very least, signal that Trump should be allowed to make his way out safely or something like that. I could see that too. But here comes Sarah Kendzior with the hard facts to dash my hopes on the rocks of reality. Okay. Can you see that, Greg?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, good. All right. Sarah Kendzior.
Well, at least I can. I hope everybody can see it.
If you can see it, everybody can see it. Okay, good. Comey doesn't want Trump to be investigated. January 6th, Sarah Kendzior. Comey doesn't want Trump to be investigated because doesn't want his own activity to be investigated. Comey spent his tenure at the FBI protecting a mafia syndicate linked to the Kremlin. A mafia syndicate 2 other former FBI heads went on to serve. Everything's okay. It's just Trump. Everything's okay, Greg. What?
Right. But meanwhile, what you continue to get at, the evidence continues to pile up, and the case can be made, I believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that the people who have been tasked with holding, like, from a legal perspective, with accountability and getting to the bottom of what's really going on with the Trump operation are themselves, complicit and compromised to the same interests at the end of the day.
All right, let's read. I'm going to read this. Is that okay?
Yes, you're going to be reading an excerpt from Sarah Kenzier's book, Hiding in Plain Sight. Go for it.
Okay, and this is page 58, I think it is. I'm going to double check. All right, yes. All right, Mueller's speech, page 58 of Hiding in Plain Sight, The Invention of Donald Trump and the Erosion of America by Sarah Kendzior. One of the most important books of 2020, actually. It's really interestingly written, too. And I will lend it to you, Greg, if you want it.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, cool. All right, let me see here. All right, Mueller's speech is a blueprint laying out how the Trump team, backed by an organized crime syndicate and abetted by transnational alliances that would have been unthinkable a decade before, rose to power by blurring the lines between white-collar crime, mafia activity, and state corruption. It describes with uncanny accuracy the economic devastation ordinary Americans experienced from 2008 onward, and attributes it to unfettered criminal corruption that Mueller promised the FBI would combat. But it did not. Under the leadership of James Comey, who replaced Mueller as FBI head in 2013, the FBI removed Mogilevich, the dangerous Russian mafia head who had been ancillary to Trump since the 1980s, from the 10 most wanted list in December 2015 and replaced him with a bank robber. Comey never explained why Mogilevich's, and by the way, I think Comey also worked for a bank, right? Isn't the best way to rob a bank is to own a bank? I believe that's true. I can't remember HSBC.
HSBC, and there's a long history with HSBC as well. So.
Yep, exactly. Okay. Comey never explained why Mogilevich's removal was warranted when Mogilevich was still participating in the same extreme criminal activity that had compelled Mueller to name him a threat so profound, quote, he will remain on the 10 most wanted list until he is captured just 4 years before, unquote. Okay. The removal of Mogilevich was highly unorthodox. He was only the 7th top 10 fugitive since 1950 to be removed from the list prior to apprehension, death, or dismissal of charges. The FBI's official explanation was that Mogilevich, quote, no longer poses an immediate threat to the public, unquote, and that he is residing in a country without an extradition treaty. Yet when the FBI originally placed Mogilevich on the list in October 2009, they noted, that's interesting, they noted that quote, what makes him so dangerous is that he operates without borders, unquote. The FBI did not name Mogilevich's current location, but his unnerving power is that in many ways it no longer matters. And then she goes on to, writing Trump's history is a bizarre exercise in parsing layers of propaganda. Okay, that's all right. Interesting. All right, next page. I'm going to keep reading these. I can't really see this one, but I'll pull it up here.
Real quick, I'll just chime in real quick and say it's so interesting that you constantly hear wringing of hands about the Magnitsky Act and just how horrible it was, but you never hear about James Comey, who's supposed to be part of this whole part of this whole group that's like obsessed with Russia or whatnot within like the agencies of power, quietly removing Semyon Mogilevich from the FBI's most wanted list. You never hear about that.
Oh no. What's sort of heartening is that in response to Comey's, tweeting out his article about how Trump shouldn't be prosecuted, it was basically unanimous, virtually unanimously ratioed Comey by people being like, nope, no thanks, Combs, So it's interesting. So I feel like there is politically a moment. Things are open for push. The people are beginning to get highly wary of their quote unquote leadership on quote unquote both sides. And so it's a politically open potential moving forward here too. I just want to point that out. Okay. Page one, I'm going to go from 180 to 181 here. She says down on the page there, This is the chapter 7, 2016 to 2019. A threat more extensive than is widely known is the title of the chapter. On the bottom, the best argument that Trump was not a Kremlin asset was the belief that if a Kremlin asset were running for president, surely someone would step in and stop it. Every day of inaction by state officials therefore validated the Trump camp's insistence that the Russia story was a hoax, or at the least, not a serious threat to U.S. security and sovereignty. Every time Trump's lies were normalized, every insistence that Clinton was destined to win, every day someone proclaimed that even if he won, checks and balances would constrain his agenda, served to soothe the consciences of reluctant Trump voters and cynical non-voters alike. As evidence mounted, however, accepting Trump's assertion that he had, quote, nothing to do with Russia, unquote, became an act of willful denial. Trump asked Putin to get him Clinton's emails at a July 27 press conference. The RNC platform was altered by Paul Manafort in August to appease his Kremlin-friendly oligarch benefactors by reducing aid to Ukraine. That same month, Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid warned that the threat from Russia, quote, is more extensive than is widely known and may include the intent to falsify official election results, unquote. A damning assertion that received little attention. So true. In October, Hillary Clinton proclaimed from the debate stage that Trump was a puppet of Putin, an evidence-based claim that was framed by much of the media as a subjective smear. The Obama administration largely remained silent, but finally admitted on October 7th that, quote, the Russian government directed the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, unquote. But that admission, an admission of a foreign attack, was drowned out by the release of the Access Hollywood video the same day. On October 28th, James Comey reignited a suspicion against Clinton by declaring that an FBI investigation of her emails had been reopened. The FBI targeting of Clinton, who turned out to be innocent, and simultaneous silence on Trump prompted a second letter from Reid, who stated, quote, in my communications with you and other top officials in the national security community, it has become clear that you possess explosive information about close ties and coordination between Donald Trump, his top advisors, and the Russian government. The public has a right to know this information. Reid accused Comey of violating the Hatch Act, a federal law that prohibits partisan activity by federal employees. All right. There's more there. Okay, let's, I don't know if I should keep reading any more of these, Greg. Oh yeah, Louis Free. Let's read this one, dude.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, Louis Freeh's important. Louis Freeh's very interesting because Louis Freeh, you could also say, because he stepped in, he was involved. Just one of the things he was involved in was, this, I would imagine this has bigger implications for a number of other scandals as well. But Louis Freeh was the guy who came in basically to clean up the Penn State football scandal with Jerry Sandusky, among other things. And I bet you that has resonance to other things. Maybe something going on in the state bordering Pennsylvania at Ohio State University involving a certain United States congressman from Ohio who's about to get rewarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his obsequiousness to complete subservience and devotion to all things Trump. I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Israel's our greatest ally, as he told us in the hallway of the Congress. What did he say?
Wait. He committed the cardinal sin of saying one of our greatest allies.
Oh, yeah.
I'm very happy with that.
Come on, GYM. What you up to? Not enough Epstein in your life? Just
had to throw it in there about Louis Freeh, so.
That's true. All right, back to this. Greg, I'm going to have to read the page before this, actually. I'm sorry, but we should wrap this up pretty soon here. We've been going almost 4 hours, and it's almost 1 a.m. here in Central Standard Time.
This should be like, this, honestly, I'll just say one more thing. Like, if this kind of stuff was presented night after night on our television screens and in our print, in our pop media, we would not be having this conversation right now, I don't believe.
No, we could have already moved on to like the solutions and like okay, what are we going to do now? Mm-hmm. But meanwhile, it's like, it's just a few people actually who've written about this. I mean, you were right, Greg, about like, in terms of people who actually had some kind of access to main like TV and stuff like that. And I didn't realize it, but she actually did an interview for this book on what's his name show.
Seth Meyers on NBC, the late night show. Yeah.
I didn't
Seth
watch
Meyers,
it. I didn't see all what was talked about. I'm sure, there's sort of some areas that people don't go,
Yeah,
but you're
I mean,
right
it's
that
like-
she's basically the person who had like some of this MSNBC access who really like put this out in print.
And her co-host is very interesting because her co-host is the sister of the Alexandra Chalupa, who was, there's still some ambiguity regarding like the exact role of what her involvement with aspects of the 2016 election I haven't quite made sense of. But at the very least, she was making serious noise right as the election was going on about the role of Paul Manafort and such things, such as the role of Manafort and the potential for the messing, tampering with voting in certain states as a result of the infiltration of these state voting mechanisms that goes back to totally not Russian. He's an American, Konstantin Kalimnik. If you listen to Aaron Matei and people like that, so even with her co-host, there's some very serious, more people who were completely just almost completely ignored that had very serious insights from the inside as far as like things that really, as far as like, well, Trump at the rally said, boy, Hillary hates this more than anything. Why didn't she have people out here doing this for her? Well, she could have, but the fact is that likely the very strong evidence that would have pointed in the direction of some major voting shenanigans was completely suppressed.
Yeah, no one followed through, including him. I mean, we still have, and as far as I know, we're still the only, place that I believe that has actually raised the question of the primaries in 2016 on the Democratic side, where it was suspicious, highly suspicious against Bernie Sanders and towards Clinton. And I pointed out that it looks like that this all went down in places with Republican governors. This is where the primary shenanigans went down in the Democratic primary against Bernie Sanders, the populace that everybody knew could actually like swamp Donald Trump very likely because he actually spoke real populist economic language in a way that Trump didn't actually. And of course, there were lots of Sanders voters who shifted to Trump actually. And so I'm raising it again. Why is it that it looks like it was in states with Republican governors where the apparent primary steal for Clinton over Sanders happened? Was it Clinton who did it? Was it the DNC who did it? Or was it the people who wanted to actually set her up as the Trump straw man to knock over crooked Hillary? I don't know. I could see it either way. It's not like the Clintons, would be morally above doing it, or the DNC would be morally above doing it. But I think it's very interesting. The question has barely even been posed, let alone answered. So I'm just bringing that up again. We still haven't answered basic questions about election integrity around 2016 that are key in terms of understanding strategically who did what and why. So I just wanted to point that out.
And it's completely like, this is complete indictment of like of so much that these fanatical conspiracies are able to just run completely roughshod to the point to where we have a national crisis because of the perpetuation of it. Yet not one, all the noise that was made about like, no one's going to accept the 2016 election results. There was nothing to challenge it in any serious way, shape, or form. And yet all of this chaos is allowed to perpetuate without, up until about a day or so ago, with zero semblance of a consequence whatsoever.
I remember Jill Stein sort of it seemed like she ran the recount. Hillary Clinton didn't even do it. Then Jill Stein seemed to fundraise and then sort of run it into a brick wall or something. And then where did the money go and all of that? I don't know. So, and then meanwhile, no one talked about it. No one to this day, really, almost no one is talking about it. Like Jonathan Simon, he sort of talked a bit about it. I'm not sure he dealt that much with the primaries in 2016. I'm not sure actually. I should ask him, see what he thinks of that one and whether that's true what I'm saying about the Republican governors and the suspicious election behavior around Sanders and Clinton. All right. We are on page 174 of Hiding in Plain Sight, The Invention of Donald Trump and the Erosion of America by Sarah Kendzior. Okay, so at the very top, quote, do you think Putin will be going to the Miss Universe pageant in November? Oh, do you think Putin will be going to the Miss Universe pageant in November in Moscow? Unquote. Trump tweeted that in June. He tweeted that.
By the way, this goes right back to the people who Trump traveled to Moscow with, the Agalarovs. And
they're coming into this. Yeah,
Agalarov's jet was recently spotted in Florida just this past week, and so
that's interesting. So the beginning and the ending, like these are actually the functionaries who, when Trump actually goes to Russia, he's with them in the club or whatever. You know, he's actually sitting next to them. They're the ones he like gets down with, right? So that's a key role in all of this. Obviously, it's not being directed by them, but they are the key source of contact at some level, it seems like. Okay, so Trump tweeted that June, quote, if so, will he become my new best friend? Unquote. What a little bitch, dude. What? Remember, I mean, Michael Cohen tried to play this down, right, Greg, when he had Seth Abramson on his podcast. Mea culpa. Mea culpa.
Oh, we're referring to the I'm sorry, could you
Michael Cohen.
I nothing just a moment. Yes, the podcast. But what specifically were we referring to there? I'd missed that just before you mentioned Mea Culpa podcast regarding Flynn and regarding Cohen and Abramson.
Oh, I'm just referring to this thing that where Trump is referring to Putin. Will he be my new best friend? Yeah. And that on when Cohen had Abramson on the podcast. Yeah. Cohen played it mea culpa, you know, he sort of overdoes it. He played it down.
He claimed in his book basically that what was picked up on that was buried like in the last third of this CNN article, which was all about Cohen's book, was that what seemed to be a passage that Trump believed that the property that he actually beat Epstein out for, which appears to have been the, by the way, there's a Wexner connection to that property as well down
in the background. That's true.
Yeah.
The generation before, actually. Yeah, that's right.
Yes. But that appears to be the actual roots of their falling out, and not because Donald Trump was disgusted or kicked Epstein out of his life because of disgust at the way he treated underage victims. No, it appears to be over a real estate property. But this property that Rybolovlev purchased, it seemed to be worded in a way that Trump believed that this was that this was basically Putin doing this for him, and therefore, as a result of this, would feel maybe indebted in the future. But in the Mayo, I can't do the thick Brighton Beach Michael Cohen mob accent. But
Mea culpa.
I'm not going to try. But in the interview with Abramson, Michael Cohen claims that he didn't actually mean that. He downplayed it and said something along the lines of, "Well, I meant that Trump." Oh, it would be nice if this was from Putin. Like, wouldn't it be nice if Vladimir did this for me? Basically, not caring who
or even less than that. Basically, he tried to play it like I just meant that I was trying to point out that he's open to anybody's money. That's all. Nah. Especially since Rybolovlev is not a nobody. He's connected to that sphere. He's connected to that somebody. Right. And by the way, what hasn't been pointed out a lot is that the I think is it Psy Group or the NSO? It's a Psy Group. Some of the main early users of Psy Group were Rybolovlev, Deripaska, and maybe Soriano, actually, Walter Soriano, I believe. I'm not sure about that, but I believe that's the case. And I think it's Psy Group. And so that's interesting. And Psy Group had a Cyprus connection and a connection back to Russia, actually, right? And so that's very interesting that these Israeli intelligence, obviously they're connected to the heart of actual Israeli intelligence, but on the corporate cutout side, there's a lot of Russian activity going on, Russian oligarch activity going on, both in terms
Reminds
of
me of what Noel Castler would say. Once again, going back to Noel Castler, that the Apprentice after parties would just be filled with all kinds of Russians, and so I mean,
Russian
basically it was,
Russian mobster types is what he said. He said Seder.
When he says Russians, he means mob.
No,
mob.
he says that specific. He says Felix Sater filled the audience with sort of Russian mobster types. That's what he didn't just say Russians. He then further explained that he really did mean, like the Russian mobster types, not just average Russians.
And once again, this goes back to, we were having conversations about this a couple of years ago that, we really inspired by Craig Unger, House of Trump, House of Putin, that, Trump, like, this is just any would deal with and just casually allow people to just casually run money laundering operations that no one else would allow to go through, and like just constantly just imagine the levels of compromise and blackmail and dirt that are probably ultimately contained on this man, with all of the just constant nonstop stream of just, his whole life has just been nothing but just criminal after criminal after criminal pouring money into any type of property he has or he's the front man for. And so it's just, it's...
And institutional level criminals too, obviously, like Roy Cohn. And that's part of what Kenzier's talking about, is this is not like, like the LB types, the Lincoln Bible types, like in that they like to sort of try to immunize the deep elements of the U.S. government at the commanding heights, as Kenzier's pointing out, directors of the FBI level in terms of this. And with the background of Trump, it's not just the sort of mobsters, it's also like Roy Cohn, right, who's at the epicenter of government happenings when it comes to McCarthy and all of that, and the prosecutions, and so this is like at the epicenter of actual American institutional corruption at this level.
And the other thing about Roy Cohn that I think is very important is Roy Cohn, through John Birch Society and connections there, becomes a key early player in the shaping of what's paved the way from the moment we have now, through the weaponizing and the manipulation of conspiracy cultures we've talked about going back so much. Of course, it's no mistake that Roy Cohn's other direct mentor or other direct protege, Roger Stone, pops up as the primary conduit for disinformation on InfoWars in the lead up to Trump. So
true. All right, back to page 174 of Hiding in Plain Sight by Sarah Kendzior. All right, Trump has tweeted now that June, if so, will he become my new best friend? BFF forever, Pooty. That's crazy that he fucking tweeted this.
Gosh, you think about this though.
What a little bitch, dude. What a little thirsty Twitter bitch.
Think about this.
Trump's just a Twitter thought for Pooty Poot, dude.
Are these posts completely scrubbed now?
I don't know. Oh, right. Oh, boy. Oh, no, dude. I'm sure there's endless archives and everywhere you want to go for all of these. You could ask your local Twitter sleuth. I'm sure they have archives.
Actual, physical record of it, though. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. 3 years later, in June 2016, the lawyer of the Agalarovs, Rob Goldstone, attended Donald Trump Jr.'s infamous Trump Tower meeting with other Kremlin allies and Trump campaign members. At this meeting, they discussed easing the sanctions that had been enforced by the Magnitsky Act, presumably in exchange for Russia helping to ensure a Trump victory. The sheer volume of Trump officials who have done and are still doing questionable business with Russian oligarchs is startling. In 2013, Exxon chief and future Secretary of State Rex Tillerson received the Order of Friendship Medal from Putin. In 2018, Trump legal lackey Rudy Giuliani was asked to register as a foreign agent by the Senate due to his work for entities affiliated with Ukraine's Kremlin-affiliated Party of Regions, the same party for which Manafort worked. Attorney General Bill Barr worked for the law firm representing Alpha Bank, which was a target of the Mueller probe, and received money from Vector Group, a holding company with deep financial ties to the Russian state. Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin was a target of Senate inquiry due to his financial ties to oligarchs Len Blavatnik and Oleg Deripaska, the latter for whom he relieved sanctions when he took over at Treasury in defiance of congressional rulings. Then there are the campaign managers. One can start, of course, with Paul Manafort, whose entire career was dedicated to the pursuit of blood money, including his years in the 2010s spent working as an operative in Ukraine alongside GOP consultant and now convicted felon Rick Gates, and friendly welcomed to the gray zone Aaron Mate. No questions about Israel, no deep, basically he's a friendly witness to Aaron Mate to prove Russiagate's a nothing burger compared to this fact after fact after fact that for even Aaron Mate's interest, he could help Rick Gates prove that the highest levels of the corrupt U.S. imperial system has been corrupted by Russian oligarchs. But no, a nice little friendly softball interview.
Yeah, it's anyway, but but Rick Gates and Tucker Carlson are the people who are worth our time and worth being nice to, because they're so anyway. I don't even.
True.
Yeah,
okay.
I have a whole interview with Rick Gates, but anyway, I don't even want to get started on that.
I mean, neither. It's sort of too maddening. Okay. Rick Gates, in order to benefit a pro-Kremlin candidate while doing the bidding of Russian oligarch Deripaska on the side. Oleg Deripaska is an agent of U.S. empire, dude. Everybody knows it.
Well, if you listen to Lee Stranahan, Oleg Deripaska is not friends with Putin because Putin disciplined him one time with a pencil.
Took his pen back. Putin took his pen back.
Yeah. That's the equivalent of saying like Ted Cruz, like, well, by that estimation, shouldn't Ted Cruz hate Donald Trump, or like literally, maybe Ted Cruz does secretly hate Donald Trump. I don't know, but shouldn't like Ted Cruz be like forever opposed to Trump because his number one hitman was openly saying his father was involved in the Kennedy assassination, and Donald Trump personally insulted his wife's looks and appearance? But I get whatever. But
no, it's so true. Yeah, no, but Putin asked for his pen back from Deripaska, so it's proof positive for a paid agent of Russian state media that there's no love lost between them. Okay, all right, craziness. Manafort was not the only campaign manager from the 2016 election to engage in this activity. Multiple political operatives from both sides of the aisle have worked for Kremlin allies, oligarchs, and mobsters, including Bernie Sanders' chief strategist, Tad Devine, liberal lobbyist Tony Podesta, the brother of Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign chairman, John Podesta, and Lanny Davis, a family friend of and former consultant for the Clintons. In 2018, Davis, an attorney, was simultaneously representing oligarch Dmitry Firtash, who has been indicted on racketeering and worked with Mogilevich, and Michael Cohen, who is linked to Mogilevich through his family's business connections.
And remember who else was representing Firtash was the husband and wife power duo Trump power couple of Geneva and Tenzing. Victoria Tenzing, of course, being Scooter Libby's attorney as well. So,
and who else? Michael Chertoff. Michael Chertoff, who was the one who was threatening us with dirty nukes in 2006 when we were paying attention to him in the 9/11 Truth Movement and talking about it. Yeah, those threats were coming from Michael Chertoff. And so, definitely Michael Chertoff, son of an apparent Israeli Mossad agent, but also apparently linked up with Dmitry Firtash legally, it looks like. So, okay. This shit is way deep, dude. Okay. This is 11/9. There's not even 9/11 in here. There's so much. I understand why people feel overwhelmed at some level too, because, all right, this is just one layer of this corruption. The corruption. Okay, here we go. Then there is the FBI. Oh, it's not just the campaign managers. Okay. Then there's the FBI. I never heard of it. Fidelity, bravery, integrity. And obviously Mueller is maybe there's fidelity with Mueller. He probably has fidelity to keeping the institution together. Bravery? No. Integrity? No. Okay. During the Bush and Obama eras, two former heads of the FBI. Now listen to these guys. This is even worse than Mueller, it looks like, potentially. Two former heads of the FBI, William Sessions and Louis Freeh, began working as attorneys for the Russian mafia they used to fight in 1997. I can't read this. This is so fictional. This is surreal. Okay. 1997, Sessions traveled to Moscow and came back warning the world that the Russian mafia, headed by Semyon Mogilevich, posed a severe threat to global stability. But a decade later, Mogilevich became his client. Louis Freeh, who succeeded Sessions, took on Russian clients, including Prevozone, a real estate firm accused by the U.S. government of laundering more than $200 million in a Russian tax fraud scheme. After his tenure in the FBI ended, Prevozone is the same company whose scandal culminated in the death of Sergei Magnitsky. I forgot about that. Most of this activity is technically legal, but exceptionally strange. The Magnitsky... Totally. These facts are totally McCarthyite. The Magnitsky Act was supposed to punish oligarchs and curb their... I'm trying to start World War III by just reading these, actually. Right? I mean, obviously, this is one step. This is basically halfway there to thermonuclear war with Vladimir Putin, just by reading this book.
Yes.
Okay. Most of this activity is technically legal, but exceptionally strange. The Magnitsky Act was supposed to punish oligarchs and curb their influence. It offered clear moral and legal guidelines, and its importance as a foundational document was enhanced when Russia illicitly influenced our election and helped install a Kremlin puppet as president. Not a puppet, no puppet here. Why did so many officials who had sworn to protect the United States, including two FBI heads, go on to work with the Russian mafia? Why would this be an attractive prospect after they themselves had alerted the world to the mafia's danger? There are plenty of routes to personal profit. Why choose the one that is in direct ethical conflict with current U.S. policy and may endanger your country? All right. And then Glenn Blavatnik, then she gets into Blavatnik and Uzbekistan. And okay. All right. Let's see here. Greg, what should I... Is there more? There's probably even more. There's probably even more here, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, seriously, it's
okay.
This is like the wrong thing. We call ourselves the AnteDote. I think that like book like this is the antidote, so to speak, to these people who just want to say that this is all a complete myth. I mean, it's the last thing from it. And the fact is that the people who they constantly, the Aaron Mateys and the Max Blumenthals and whoever else is constantly throw out there as the boogeyman, as the, pushing and leading this hysteria, they won't even bring people like this on their networks they won't, by and large, these people like this who do the serious research actually proving the reality of this situation don't get the time of day. I mean, there's no reason. Look, why aren't these people on? They've never even seen the light of day on CNN in primetime, much less being presented by Anderson Cooper and Chris Cuomo and Don Lemon night after night. So it's like, not only is, and we've been saying this for a couple of years now, not only is Russiagate real, but it's these people who are supposed to be at the exposing and all creating this hysteria around Russia are not even the tip of the iceberg and like telling you what's really going on. And it's
so true.
It's very like we've known this but it's still been maddening. And it's also another reason why we're in the moment we are now.
Yeah,
and Jake Tapper
that escalated pretty quickly from like sort of like fake news to like, oh, am I going to nuke the world and do violent sedition in the U.S. Capitol?
And by the way, Jake Tapper wants to do his like, well, people should have been warning about this for 5 years now. But like, meanwhile, Jake Tapper, start by looking in house there, Jake. I mean, your boss was, as far as I'm concerned, the number one enabler of Trump, and the reason
it's a good point. And that reminds me too that I just want to take it back then to that Bandy Lee thing, actually, Greg, because we forgot to include that aspect, because it's a time like what you're describing where the Jake Tappers, who covered all of this stuff up, in service of his boss, Jeff Zucker. I moved. You remember how uncomfortable he got when I questioned him about Epstein and Israeli military intelligence
Oh
and
yeah, that
cyber
was
reason or whatever that was.
at the Iowa caucus where his where we were also getting apparently I didn't realize at the time, but getting strong armed by his protege by his fellow CNN anchor Dana Bash. And of
Oh
course I
yeah.
didn't realize that at the time, but that's basically what happened. All while you're getting attempting to get Jake Tapper on the record. She's also like throwing her weight around there. And of course, not being in that situation, I didn't know how to react to it. But I mean, that's what happened. So it's very interesting. All of that was going on. Like, so
Oh
when
yeah.
you did get Jake Tapper on camera and asked him, and Jake Tapper tried to play it cool and all that, but yeah, it was very it wasn't a comfortable moment for Jake.
He was saved by the caucus. Actually, he was saved by the caucus count. I think he was like, "Oh, look at this sort of nice Jewish boy reporter. What's he gonna ask me about?" Really, if I'd looked like Ilhan Omar, he'd have been like, "Oh, another Israel hater." Basically,
yeah,
right?
one more
I
thing.
really think
I'm
I think
bringing this up
I
now.
used my Jewish privilege a little bit to sort of get in the door. And then he was like, he literally had like a face like a fart or something like that when I brought up Epstein and Israeli military intelligence and
Yeah,
what was that, shadow and cyber? Oh my gosh, dude.
man, it was a
We still
yeah.
even that was like just a year ago, Greg, and we haven't even digested that. I feel
I
like.
know, and it's like, but that was that was the last major thing. That was the last event we went to, like that we covered and documented before everything just shut down. So,
Yeah, it
and
was a strange
it,
time.
it might have been the end of an era because I mean, the way like the media was like we did a program on this just after the Iowa caucus where we covered the manipulating that was going on with the vote and the shenanigans surrounding
Shadow
um,
app.
yeah, Shadow App and Pete Buttigieg and all that, but also like the way like we were watching like these media people primarily on CNN, primarily on Jake Tapper's network, just completely being very completely just dishonest as hell about the nature of the Iowa caucus and just how disorganized it is. When we saw anything but disorganization, and so like that may have been the end of the era where like there seemed to be a concerted effort to like try to take like this tradition out of like the from its coveted first in the nation status over what we saw as be very largely rooted in dishonest narrative being spun around it.
I totally forgot about that, Greg. You're right. We saw that totally falsified, weaponized narrative come out of the belly of all of these media systems after we saw exactly what was going on in terms of it was very well organized. I mean, the incredible that the Iowa caucus shows you what democracy, the capacity of democracy, and there's we could vote, we could count all of our votes like that. And I understand people are concerned about the anonymous, the dark ballots and stuff like that. But really, I think that in an actual, in a republic, in a constitutional republic, you say who you voted for. You say what you stand for, and that's the way to secure our elections too. It'd be even more powerful than even a paper vote would be something like a caucus. You go stand in a corner. You go stand together, basically. It's incredible the way that it works, and you don't have to stand. You can be in a wheelchair and be in the right place. And so it's an incredible, direct democracy. And then we saw it immediately weaponized at the same time as they're distracting from, it was the counting side, of course, the reporting side, the shadow app side, the one that was financed and directed by a Zionist billionaire side of things, where the real issues were going. Then we saw the media basically come down on and we even saw Amy Goodman sort of do white race baiting and basically in terms of that. Oh my gosh, dude, I forgot all about that stuff too.
Yeah, and that's where like once again it gets back to a conversation about like the weaponizing of like the making this out to be like, instead of like addressing like the real causes of like any type of disorganization at the Iowa caucus, is just making it about this outdated mowed by the primarily, white voters of Iowa, and that's like perfect fodder for like these manufactured BS divisive narratives on issues like race. But the way like the media in situations like that treats these matters is fodder for the reactionary elements that get very that get very angry with like the way these issues are covered in this weaponized fashion.
Yep. Okay. Oh, I wanted to that's, I forgot. I switched back to this screen because I wanted to deal with the Bandy Lee's other Jeffrey Lieberman, this guy. Okay. I believe he was the head of the psychiatric American Psychiatric Agency or something like that. But it says here he's the chair of the Department of Psychiatry, Columbia University, Director, New York State Psychiatric Institute, Psychiatrist in Chief, NYPHCU IMC. Okay, and here he is, January 6th. We should have seen this coming.
Yes, Jeffrey Lieberman was head of the American Psychiatric Association, yes.
Thank you. We should have seen this coming. I suggested the 25th Amendment 4 years ago. Now it is being considered with 2 weeks left in the Trump presidency. Too little, too late. And the parallel I was thinking too is like these sort of Jake Tapper types, coming in here. Here comes Bandy Lee. Are you delusional? I love it. She's telling a like this sort of head psychiatrist guy. Are you delusional? You are the one who used this as a pretext to stop us when Congress members were consulting with us on how to act. You hold the greatest responsibility. And this is her article, I think, that she wrote, Muzzled by Psychiatry. I'm not sure she wrote it, but Muzzled by Psychiatry in a Time of Crisis, Mad in America. The American Psychiatric Association and its former president have used the Goldwater rule to silence. So we'll include this. People can go look at that. She goes on to say, I am just flabbergasted. You crusaded against us, denigrated and slandered us, wrote 5 to 6 articles lying about us, accusing us of doing what you in fact did. Do you have no shame? You already made your bed, Lieberman, and history will remember you. Dang, dude. Daniel Katzenberger, PE. Dr. Lee 1, Dr. Lieberman 0. So this is happening, like all these guys, these quote unquote winter, summer patriot types, whatever, actually just sort of cover up artists trying to get on the right side of history at the last moment or whatever it might be.
But going back to this, and this is why, like, this, you consider the implications and the consequences of this. And this is why really, for me, this is probably at this point, like, I already was concerned about like the, Donald Trump and the, this person being in control of these types of scenarios as he feels potentially desperate in the last minutes. And these reports just really, I think, validate, and I've said that before earlier, but I'm saying it again now, really validate just why we need to be like, there cannot be any scenarios or possibilities taken off the table at this point. And the fact that, I mean, it's amazing, not only Pelosi, but also the man, Dr. Lieberman, the former head of the American Psychiatric Association, standing down these people who wanted, what was the motivation in doing that? And so I don't see any motivation in doing that other than there had to be potentially people in positions of power and influence who knew, for whatever reasons, I think they need to be held accountable for this. I mean, because these, and I mean, especially, heaven forbid, like we keep talking about these worst case scenarios, heaven forbid they're only rhetorical. And because if all of this could have been potentially stopped by having some very serious medical professionals testifying via the people to Congress about what the hell could be going on and what could come out of this, then I mean, like, just heaven forbid I mean,
no, it's true, because
we talked about it earlier, but it's just.
But even to utilize the nomenclature, this is terrorist threat. What people were already dealing with, what we've already been dealing with, let alone all of the actual physical, the COVID genocide against the United States of America, facilitated by Trump, is incredibly devastating. And that's just one piece about all of this. And so even if the worst case scenarios we sneak by without those coming to pass, the level of the terrorist threat here that was enabled by these enablers. That includes Jake Tapper. That obviously includes this Dr. Lieberman character. Yeah. I mean, there's interesting resonance here, even in terms of like, this is on steroids, what was being talked about during the Bush years in terms of the American Psychological Association, I think, in relationship to torture, and how there was a big, a shady business that used to sort of mainstream that through the American Psychology or American Psychologist Association too. But this is so far beyond that, right? We're talking about the facilitation of a singular mental character who could put, the planet at risk at some level. Absolutely.
And gosh,
right, I'm putting away Hiding in Plain Sight for now.
Okay.
There's just a few more Twitter threads back to the Capitol Hill sedition op, and let's maybe finish up after that. Is that okay, Greg?
Yes, yeah. We never plan out how long we're going to go on these live streams. I think that's pretty apparent here. But anyway, it's good. It's good medium. But I think we probably do need to be maybe a little more time management oriented in the future on these. But hey, you know what? I enjoy doing them, and they're great source to get into a lot of stuff. But nonetheless, it is pretty timely here. So I thank anybody who's still bearing with us after all this time.
Yes, and this is another reason for us to also constrain ourselves with half hour or most hour news programs and stuff like that. That would be good. That's a good alternative format to this sort of the endless live stream, which we both, enjoy doing and think we can sort of unload a lot to get at least onto the table at some level. Okay. Can you see this, or did I not switch over? I didn't switch over yet.
It's minimized.
Okay, here we go. All right, here we go. All right, we're going back to Greg Smith here, Old Grunt 0351 on Twitter. This is the guy who was C-suite level executive alongside, at Blackwater, right, with Eric Trump. And here's what he says. This is. I'm hoping this is, we want to embody. This is conspiracy theory. This is and so this is another piece of this is that, yeah, dude, I mean, if you allow conspiracy theory culture, and you talked about, a friend of ours, a mutual acquaintance of ours who in this Trump era has basically lost all his mooring in terms of, it seemed to be had a fairly investigative mind around things like September 11th and all of that. And then there's the strange combination of the real psychometrics, the psychometric warfare facilitated by Facebook, where these pieces are being delivered very specifically for specific people. Even people like Alan Sabrowski, notice this totally. We saw this happen with Dr. Alan Sabrowski, very sadly, in the Trump era, where it became very clear that his mind was being molded by his Facebook feed, and which is in the Trump era is basically just tons of loads of, it's a shit feed. It's a sort of shit poster feed. It's a big old hybrid warfare feed, somewhat suspended between Putin and Bibi and the CNP, basically. And one thing I also noticed too is you talked about the visuality, the visualness. There's something about the visualness. It's obvious, the things that really, not a lot of reading the books, not in terms of the people who really should have been doing the reading, the alternative media, or the conspiracy culture folks, the Trump people, not a lot of the reading. Nor actually the deep listening, and a lot of sort of focus on sort of short, captivating, emotionally scintillating YouTube videos, like even the sort of Q and the sort of the storm is upon us, and all of the Trump videos and him doing the swamp and the insiders and, you know, that whole speech and all of that, and with the music and everything, and the Hollywood, it's sort of like designed like a trailer, and then the whole Q thing. It's a very visual, very Hollywood. We pointed this out in the beginning. All right, Donald Trump may be an outsider in terms of politics or DC. He's an insider of Hollywood. He is a creature of Hollywood. He's a creature of TV. He's a creature of reality TV. He's a creature of Jeff Zucker. You know, he's a creature of Ari Emanuel. And so last thing is that, you know, this friend of ours basically never really, there's other people like this, even, you know, like people like even like Brendan O'Connell, who will attack us endlessly, falsehoods and all of that, probably really never really listen much to anything we've said. This mutual friend of ours, we're not exciting enough. I understand Greg and I are not the most visual creatures. Obviously, you know, we're not like, you know, we don't have our visual production down. We're not, you know, perfectly, we have the perfect aesthetic and all of that. And we don't have great graphics and all that. But meanwhile,
face for radio. Anyway.
You know, but meanwhile, we put out some of the most consistent, you know, oral and then references to like written sources work on 11/9 to 9/11 of basically anybody. Okay. And meanwhile, this friend of ours, probably it's just too long form, not exciting enough, too much reading, too much source checking, not Hollywood videos and stuff like that, not something that it was worth sharing on Facebook and stuff like that. So really, a lot of this comes down to a sort of the hypervisualization of society, which comes along with the decoupling of these are serious faculties. You can't have a free society, I don't think. I don't think you can have a free and democratic society if people don't know how to like deal in long form, to deal in the real oral traditions, to deal in the real literary and written traditions. If everything just becomes a YouTube video, it doesn't matter what truth you believe. You're not going to be able to express yourself. You don't know how to think. So we need to rebuild like these really deep human traditions. This goes way back. Way back.
We're not exciting enough with our deep research and deep bringing of like serious hardcore information about the event that this mutual friend of ours spent so many of the years of his life trying to expose. But the storm is upon us. QAnon, the plan to save the world, which features Rudy Giuliani in a coalition gallery of the good guys who are going to save the world from the, you know, that's good enough for this person. It's really sad.
So, but I think that this is the actual culture war. It's not a war. It's a cultural rebuilding, and it has to do with the basics of culture, which has to do with respect for thought, consideration, deliberation, right? That's a key piece. It's not just about democracy. It's also about deliberation under rule of law, constitutional protections of minorities of all sorts, including thought minorities. So this is going to need to be rebuilt. We're going to need to do this. And there's many ways to do this, actually. You can imagine, just like the way that I was talking about how the Iowa caucus is a very good example of how to solve your election fraud, election integrity system, even beyond hand counted paper ballots. Although that probably is a good way to do it. All this is on video, right? It's all live. And at the same time, it's you represent your own vote very physically. And so there's other things where we can relearn how to have actual assemblies. We have to deal with the pandemic, and not in the way that the power freaks want to do it. We have to actually do it on our own. We have to actually figure it out and force the proposals that will actually do it organically. And then we can really have a chance to really reassemble assembly culture, which is where long form thought, the rhetorical arts, what happens when assembly culture, when actual serious direct discourse and deliberative democracy, those deep traditions grammar, logic, rhetoric, all the way back through, Athens, all the way back. When those break down, you have, Trump run sedition ops to go destroy the Capitol because people want to do something, and no one's actually debating. No one's actually having a serious conversation about what we should do. No one's actually really putting forth platforms and running in actual alliances with other people for all levels of political office. No one's running parallel direct democracy programs, different forms of economic holdings and cooperatives. And we need to rebuild the entirety of the technology. That's going to have a deliberative direct assembly process to all of that too. It's not going to be some guys, rebuild BitChute and then just a little group and no one talks about what needs to happen. What is the design problem that needs to be solved? No, this is all going to take deliberative skills. And we're going to need to rebuild that.
And what you're describing here with when you lose these things, as a result, what rises out of this is the Trump sedition, driven largely on the back of the belief and getting the people behind you who are supposed to be blowing the whistle and supposed to be exposing the criminal nature of our system and what's going on, becoming beholden and captive to that system instead via this con man and this con job.
Yep.
And also, the other thing I think that's being taken advantage of so much here is that within so much conspiracy culture, there is this mindset that, and a lot of people have this, that it's prevalent, it runs rampant, that we are smarter than you, and we're smarter than everybody else, we're more knowledgeable than everybody else because we know the truth that other people that the sheep just don't want to understand. And so there's a massive ego complex that is, I think, extremely well played to. And so you have all of these answers, and it's this combination because you're the one of the rare awake ones. You're not one of these sheep who's still asleep, who doesn't understand the truth that everybody else sees. You've been red pilled, you know the truth. And that it's like a combination of, I think in a lot of cases, there's this extreme strong feeling, belief, emotional belief of what you believe is going on in society, combined with the massive, I think, egotism that comes with thinking you have all the answers and knowing everything, and no one else who is not in line with this line of thinking knows anything. And so I think that's also been very much at the center of a lot of the psyche regarding the how we've gotten to this moment. And I think there's a real awakening moment where a lot of people in these circles are going to have to, if they're willing to be honest about what's been going on, they're going to have to eat a very, very strong slice of humble pie here as time goes on.
It's interesting you bring that up, because then I was, oh my gosh, one of the angriest points I got in terms of, even after the Capitol had been reclaimed and all of that, and they went back to the votes, the speeches by these motherfuckers, dude, it was all about how much more special the United States was in the rest of the world. That's why the democracy was worth defending, because of how much better it was, or how special it was. And so what you're describing is not just amongst those who got conned by the MAGA. It's the Senate, the high level senators and the so-called resistance senators. This is partially what I described at one point about why American culture is so vulnerable to Jewish power and Zionism per se, is because of the ongoing persistence of the combination of the belief of American exceptionalism and American innocence. Yeah. And I think that we need to replace that with an aspiration for American goodness.
Yes.
And an American greatness ground in humility. All right. Yes. And so what you described, that definitely is the psychological manifestation in terms of, I remember seeing this all, back in when We Are Change LA was being created, as it took on the We Are Change moniker and got folded into the InfoWars milieu. And it was all, I was allergic to the sheeple. We want to talk about the sheeple and red pill, and it's all about feeling special, and it's all about being a sort of subtle narcissist, subtle supremacist. And so these aspects of the American psyche that have been, been around for a long time, but they're being cultivated too, of the combination of exceptionalism, which fits in with supremacism, really, and then American innocence, which is what you're talking about. But the perfect mark is the person who believes that they're innocent because they can't see being taken over. And then what the next level up is these high level marks, those who thought they were in on the con, but they realized they were just another level of mark. They love the sort of high level coffee boys in the Trump pleroma, And he's just a coffee. Steve Mnuchin, Mike Pence, don't even know him, just a coffee guy. All of that. And so I do think that we have to grapple with that, especially if we want to deal with these difficult aspects of, how American exceptionalism got fused with the Zionist power configuration, and to unlock this. And all these even stuff that goes way beyond that, even in terms of what you're talking about, it's going to take a thinking at our national psychology, I think, and to really figure out how we get into these situations where we need to feel like better than other people, and that the only reason why we would want to defend American democracy is because at least it's better. At least I know that whole thing. You remember? When we went to the Trump rally and they're playing the "I'm proud to be an American," where and it's got dubstep energy and the mind control.
By
but
the way,
the fact that it says "at least I know," at least I'm not a Haitian, at least I'm not one of those Somalis.
What's very interesting about that is that people will say, well, that's the conservative American exceptionalism mindset. I guarantee you in the aftermath of September 11th, there were a lot of liberal democratic minded Americans who felt the exact same way. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I mean,
these were the senators. I think they were Democrats who were saying this bullshit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was Chuck Schumer and people like that.
Oh gosh, dude.
Yeah. Chuck Schumer's speech was full of that stuff. And oh God, it was disgusting. I mean, there was the Schumer speech that really stuck out to me. I can't do the damn New York accent. We're Americans. Whatever. Fuck off. But I mean, you're right. It's
Chuck Schumer. And I didn't. At least I didn't get raped in the street by a wooden stick. We do that to other people.
Oh boy, yeah. And so, and on that note, I think here very soon we're going to be it'll be a recording. It won't be a live stream. Kind of a combination of a retrospective combined with almost like we're going to kind of put. I think we've described it as kind of a line in the sand where we lay out, where we're at and why we're here and our evolution in terms of just for me, I've had big time evolution in terms like what you just talked about there, I was in that mindset for a while and I probably didn't even consciously realize it, the sheep, they're not worth our time, they know nothing. And I've had a lot of evolution and evolving in this line of thinking, among other things. And so I'm excited to when we do record about this to really convey that more, I think, detailed and deeply and so that'll be coming out very soon and I think these are conversations we can really hopefully help lead way in helping to shape and influence here as time goes on here, because as we've been talking about, there's a lot of reason to be very, very concerned right now, but there's a lot of areas of optimism opening, particularly in the types of conversations that could be had with people. And we're seeing that more and more as it seems to get worse and worse in terms of a lot of things going on the ground. There are these areas for these conversations where a lot of people are going to be ready to talk. And so it'll be up to people like us, I think, to hopefully play a responsible role and potentially leading the way for a more responsible kind of discourse that can actually lead to some positive results coming out of all of this darkness. And I do believe there's more darkness coming, but there's room for these for improvements, and that could just simply be even starting in the way and the kinds of conversations that we can potentially have with each other over issues where we can actually find common ground on.
All right, thank you, Greg, for that.
Oh boy.
All right, let's All right, let's just do these last ones here. Okay. What Greg Smith? Just some, not this is another whistle. There's some serious whistleblowers of this era. Here's another whistleblower. Noel Castler is a serious Trump whistleblower, dude. Anybody who listened to him really got some of the inside scoop about Trump in reality and the dangers of Trump way more than basically any mainstream media figure I can even think of. Okay. All right.
And
Now, Greg.
Noel Castler doesn't pop up on CNN or MSNBC on a regular basis either. So
No.
there seems to be a pattern there.
So this is the actual, this is the real quote unquote resistance, and it's way beyond a resistance, I'd say. Okay, here's Greg Smith. Wednesday was a straight up attempt to overthrow the legislative branch, ordered by POTUS. I've never heard of that. But okay, investigate it as such. Is it George Soros? No, okay. Investigate it as such. There were many professional mercenaries mixed in with the mob. Members of Capitol Police were complicit. Esper's firing and Barr's resignation need to be investigated. Okay, and then someone says, as well as Flynn disciples Cohen, Watnick, and Kash Patel given jobs in the Pentagon. Also follow the timeline of Trump's mindset in the firings after 7/3. Exactly. So this is why we started getting very concerned very soon after the election when like the head of the National Nuclear Security Administration was summarily fired. Why? Why then? What's going on with that? That's, suggests. Okay, I think this will be our final one, Greg.
Okay, sounds good.
I believe. Yeah. Oh, except for this. All right. Okay, Robert Young Pelton, very interesting journalist too. Okay. There are currently private and public investigations into the use of paid agent provocateurs in the Capitol assault. There are also precursor events. Look for the pushers, distractors, whisperers, and gray men in the videos. There has sometimes been a curious overlap in the goals of authorities and activists with respect to daring acts. The former viewing provocation as a means of repression, and the latter as a way of raising public consciousness. And that's from some MIT link.
This is very interesting because even in the context of what we were talking about earlier with like potential for like even some type of like, heaven forbid, some type of Oklahoma City type of future on the horizon to justify whatever types of actions are taken as a result of that. In all of these instances leading up to these major events like this, there have always been, you could always go through the history of these events and find that these events are at the very least riddled with enablers and riddled with people within and around these whoever is patsies or actual carriers out of events nonetheless, but constantly encouraging and enabling and really playing key roles from provocateur at the very least standpoints in facilitating and leading the way to the types of events that we're very concerned about potentially playing out in the future. And it appears to be the case here in DC at the Capitol on January 6th. So,
yeah. And there are the shapes of this feel like some type of combination timing wise of, let's say, worst case scenarios in terms of the extreme threats that we've discussed this evening don't come to pass. But we can imagine, something like where Nashville was just a warm up and, and Monday or Tuesday. When was that? Wednesday?
It was Wednesday. It was Wednesday,
Hump Day.
January 6th.
Wednesday, January 6th was just the run up where, remember, when we talked about this too, about how the scripting that was beginning to happen during this period, during this transition period, was that this was similar to what happened to September 11th, and that the lack of sharing, the lack of access to briefings with the incoming Biden administration on behalf of the Trump administration could lead to a similar kind of situation that happened haphazardly based on the 2000 election controversy that led to 9/11. Chertoff basically said this when talking to Katie, what's her name?
Katie Couric.
Katie Couric, thank you. So there, I think some kind of combination of timing and scripting that combines something around 9/11 and OKC basically feels like the thing. And it could be that it's in this run up time. So it's actually, instead of it being like the first year, like 9/11 was in terms of Bush, or OKC sort of plugged in the middle and sort of like supercharge the last part, the last half of Clinton. This could be actually delivered before the fact, and so it already is the case that just these acts on Wednesday, January 6th, have already created the circumstances where you have Biden articulating increasing domestic terrorism laws and all of that. And we do see what his cabinet is very identity politics. So he's always talking about first in terms of gender and race and all of that. And yet at the positions, we're not seeing a lot of actual dissidents or creatives or real visionary types. Little bits of interesting stuff going on, but not really, like, especially in these sort of big positions, these sort of, AG, the guy is he going to try the treason in the sedition? What's going to happen? What are we going to do? You're going to they're going to get away with it. So it looks like it is this kind of thing that's being perfected from the Obama administration of sort of wokeness, identity politics as almost like a cover for these real sort of potential like hardcore types that are fully in bed with the kind of reality that Sarah Kendzior is relating in terms of the top levels of the FBI somehow being in service of the Russian, mob. Now, these groups are a little bit different than that. They're back to sort of paleo neocon types when you talk about Victoria Nuland or Anthony
Blinken
and that whole crew. So there's a lot of issue. You could see this really being pushed in a hold. And then, of course, throw COVID in, and you really have the architecture of the ramping up of authoritarian domestic police powers under the guise of wokeness and alleged civil rights. But there are openings, I think, to create a politics that can transcend what people are becoming very obviously acquainted with, that there is no solution in this kind of politics, not beyond Democrat and Republican, but beyond left and right politics. There's no solution, and these are all dead ends. These are all weaponized little clubs that have been created by generations before, and all these interpretations even of reality. So we really need to learn how to think on our own, for our own, and begin to, at the same time, be humble in the way that you were talking about, Greg, of like not thinking that we are better than other people because maybe we know a little bit more than them about some specific political thing or historical thing. No, this is like really a moment.
That a lot of the people who we thought were extremely knowledgeable, like these gurus, really don't know. They don't know nearly as much as they think they know. And a matter of fact, so many people have regressed rather than progressed.
Right.
Like people who were, I think you could say, were very serious,
Yes,
very serious analytical points at one point, have just completely regressed over the last several years. And it's and a lot of people who just stay stagnant or you regress. There's very little, like, I don't see a lot of forward thinking going on within these circles in recent years. And there's some exceptions. I mean, there are some exceptions. I think our friend John Brisson and some of the people who he features and associates with and has does roundtables with and conversations with. I think there are some exceptions, there are some outliers, but increasingly, like, it's increasingly what we've known. And I don't even like the term anymore, as you were pointing out to me. Alternative media. That term should go the way of the dodo bird as well. It's like I just don't find there's like very little of like anything of. And unfortunately, look, there's some individuals who still do some good work in some areas, but overall, I just find it to be, by and large, like increasingly just not less and less value, like almost by the increasingly less and less value as we go on, and it's going to take like opening your eyes to like some of these establishment people who we may have thumbed our noses at in the past and who still do have their issues. I mean, there's, we don't have, I like to think I don't have delusions about anybody. And I know, but at the same time, like, really there's some very serious people that we need to be paying attention to that a lot of us would turn our minds off to mentally, not open our minds to embracing or even taking decent information from, because we have this perception and mindset that anybody who comes from the system, so to speak, is like, there can't be anything good that comes from them. So I think that's really like serious, like time to really like, if we're in these milieus and circles, like really broaden outside of just those circles and try to really humble yourself a little bit and open up to some new areas of information, because you can learn a lot from people.
Oh yeah. And, in the midst of there being a sort of, we're obviously at a intellectual cultural crisis moment, that like people like John Brisson, moving even beyond like the actual depth of research on, a whole range of areas that he's done. But I'd say even more importantly, the community, I would call it that, a community of researchers and analysts that in many ways you could say it's actually sort of gathering. This is not totally accurate or totally fair, but gathering the best of the principles and the approach to research and politics of the right in many ways. I think there's nothing like it. There's no other place like it in terms of the quality of the approach and the minds that basically that John has brought together in many ways. And so in the midst of like a very stark reality in terms of the dozens of millions, of people that basically have to sort of relearn how to think, these sort of isolated pockets of possibility stand out. And there's the possibility there for then there to be a serious political, intellectual leadership in relationship to understanding the promise of that too. So I understand why people feel so beat down right now, and I feel it too. But at the same time, it's like there's a sort of an opening happening at some level too.
Indeed, there is. So, man, it is. Man, we've gone a marathon here. So, do you have any final posts to go through, or really start
one last one?
Wrap this thing up once. Go for it. Yeah, yeah, I'm just thinking it's time to like really.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up.
So, yeah, let's get into what you've got here.
Okay, it's just this one. You see this?
Yes, I can see this, and this is by the way, anybody wants to dispute this? Hey, you guys can't argue with Stars and Stripes. It's a patriotic military publication.
Pentagon limited DC National Guard before pro-Trump protests. All right. So this was orchestrated at a very high level. And it doesn't mean there wasn't organic functions to it, that people didn't decide to jump into the mix at the time and stuff like that. And it doesn't mean that it also doesn't expose some really massive and pervasive issues, nor does it mean that that the people who plan this don't have more planned. But we need to look at the level of this being planned. And I guess you could say that the deep state planned it, or the Congress planned it, or, or something like that. But I think it's interesting that the guy who actually worked with Eric Prince said, this is a POTUS op, the guys he put in did this thing. Pentagon limited DC National Guard before Trump protests, apparently. So, all right, Greg. All right, good to hang out with you. Good to hang out with everybody hanging in there with us, and anybody who may have dropped off. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, and we will reconnect soon.
All right, thank you.
All right, Greg, I'm gonna play the outro as we go out here. Where is the outro? Oh, here it is. The outro. You hear that? We are against those thugs. We are against those thugs. All those thugs. Especially the highest level thugs. AnteDote, we out.